From around the world, we bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. We hope to always remain an ad-free podcast, so if you'd like to help us remain self-supporting, please visit our website at sober-sunrise.com. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
The end result has been the forced limited earning power of Joe, preoccupying most of his time to make ends meet. Furthermore, Joe's remaining free time is spent in his studies towards self-knowledge. Luckily for Joe, he lives with a very qualified member of Alcoholics Anonymous who has been able to come to his aid and when all other methods have failed. Once again, please excuse Joe knowing that he now has proper guidance. Best regards, Brendan Daly, the number one favorite sponsee. So what can I say? Right? Okay, come on in. That'll work. You can, so you can show up with it as long as you have an excuse letter. You can show up. So I don't know why I felt compelled to share that this morning. I just didn't want to miss that. That's just such a treasure to me, this letter now. It really is. And on the second step, we won't read a lot of what it says here, but Bill writes in the second step that it's, there's these things about the prosaic steel girder and that, visual proof is the weakest kind. I mean, he really goes into it. And then he really ends up saying, sometimes we're at odds as to really tell you why it's better to believe than not to believe. It's a difficult question. And there's a place where they say when many thousands of men and women can tell you that it's this power of God. It's the most important thing in their life. It presents a powerful reason why one should have faith. And more than all of the stuff that it said in We Agnostics, that was the biggest thing for me, was that I had people in my life, and I said this last night, that I'm so happy that I got sober when I got sober and with the people that I got sober with, because I had these examples in my life of these people who were saying that their life was like this and now it's like this. And I believed them. And that this reason was that this belief they had in this power greater than themselves. My first step sponsor, the first guy that ever took me through this book, the way that it's outlined here, and it was the facilitator of that very first workshop that I went to, invited me over to his house a lot. And he eventually ended up becoming my sponsor, and I did my first fifth step with that guy. But he invited me to his place. He didn't have a car. He had this little tiny apartment down in Fremont in Seattle, and it was a real flop house. I mean, there was a lot of, drugs. I mean, it was just a real cheap place. Had a little studio apartment in there, and then he cut mats for a living, these art mats, that people frame art things with, and he had a job where he was selling these mats to this frame shop. So he had this big machine set up in a little studio apartment. I mean, there was this bed, there was this big machine that he would cut these mats out for framed art for different 12-inch, all the way up to big ones. And he would stack these things up, and then he would take them down and sell them to these frame shops. He just had this life, and he was just beaming all the time. And he just told me one day, he just said, Kenny, the sunlight of the Spirit shines in my life every day since I've been doing this work. And I just really wanted what this guy had. And he would bring people in off the streets all the time and let people use his place for showers. And there was always people crashing. I mean, this guy was absolutely on fire with this idea of working with others. And he helped hundreds of people. He doesn't live in the Seattle area anymore, but he's moved. And he actually, that little art thing he was working on he kind of parlayed that into a career. And he's, a very successful artist now. And sells his own art, and somebody else is making mats for him now. But, he had that deal, and that testimony, that presented the most powerful reason for me why I should have faith. And it's really about becoming open-minded in step 2, this idea that I can look at step 2 from this place of knowing that there are these things in my life, like I talked to you about with my parenting and my finances. There's things in my life, years sober, that I am still agnostic about. Agnostic is kind of not knowing. There's times when I don't really know, is God going to really step up to the plate here? If I, if I come out here to New Mexico to do this retreat, is God going to come with me? Kind of stuff. That's agnosticism. Pure and simple. And, the deal, one of the best stories that they talk about in here is this idea of being open-minded to the spiritual life. Like I talked about that guy that taught me about meditation. I don't discount anything that he says now. I mean, I haven't had that experience, but who am I to say that that what he wasn't talking about is real? And I have come to believe that we really do shortchange ourselves in the spiritual life. And the limited thing is my own closed-mindedness. That's what limits me from going further. And Jim and I talked this morning about that. That we were talking at breakfast, and Jim was telling me that he has a life today that he could never have even imagined in his wildest dreams. No matter how much the biggest vision that I could possibly have had, I could never have had the life that I have today. That came to me through open-mindedness and being exposed to a deeper and deeper level of living the spiritual life. And the thing that, one of the examples that I've thought of, and this has just come to me recently as well, is this example of that I was homeless as a teenager. I was homeless again, off and on a couple times as an adult. And I remembered I had this one friend, and his mom had fixed up this garage. It was like a detached garage, but his mom had fixed up this garage for him, and he kind of had hung some blankets up and kind of turned it into a bedroom. And it was a really cool place because there was no parents around. You could do whatever you wanted out there in the garage. And I used to walk by these houses, and I used to look, and I'd think, man, would that be something if those people would let me live in that garage? I'd put some blankets up. I'd hang some posters. Man, I could put some heat out there. It'd be great if those people would let me live in that garage. And the amazing thing about it is I never saw the house. Isn't that something? That just came to me like just a year or two ago. I was thinking about that. I never saw the house. I never imagined in my greatest wishes was that maybe somebody would let me live in their garage. That's where my mindset was. I never saw past that. I never saw maybe someday I'd have a house like this. That maybe God would have a bigger vision for me than that. That I would that it was this limited vision that I have. And we agnostics is so much about that. So much about our limited vision where the spiritual life is concerned. That we are stuck on all kinds of fixed ideas and superstitions. And they use this example where they say that modern men, the men of today, are not any more intelligent than our ancestors. People have ways of looking at these things, and I don't know if I entirely agree with that, but they say, hey, they've looked back, hundreds of years or even thousands of years in some cases, and found that these people had really extremely smart mathematical minds and astronomical minds, and they weren't. But what limited those people from making progress was, and this is out of the big book, this description, Bill says that they're a little bit at odds, but here's a few reasons why we think it's better to believe and not to believe. And they said what really fettered these people was these superstitions that they had. That you can't do this or you can't do that, or this is going to make the gods mad, or that's going to... So they really, even though they had these great and wonderful ideas, they weren't really able to put it into... they weren't really able to put it into, a better spiritual life for themselves because they were stuck, and it stayed that way for a long time. And there's these ideas that some of the greatest movements in mankind, and this is outside of the spiritual realm, but one of the greatest things was fire. They said that really changed human beings forever. The discovery of fire and the control of fire, that changed things forever. And then one of the big things was the wheel. One of the really huge things was this industrial revolution, and that's what Bill was talking about. His generation was right in the middle of that thing, the invention of airplanes, and They use a description here written in 1938, published in 39, that they use this description of ask any longshoreman on the street. And that just means just ask any regular guy, uneducated person, if you think that they can get to the moon by means of a rocket ship. And of course, they didn't get there for 30 years. I think it was 1968 before they actually got to the moon. This is 30 years before, and they're saying, oh yeah, the longshoreman would say, absolutely we can. Absolutely. And this is in the We Agnostics, is that, Bill uses that description to show that what times were like, this industrial revolution that took place. We're currently in another one. They're saying that this current life that you and I are living now is another one of these huge jumps in mankind that will change the human race forever, and it's called the Internet. And this is this huge tool that we're kind of a part of watching this. Bill's deal was this industrial revolution, and it was typified by this open-mindedness of being able to throw away something old that doesn't work and accepting something new that does. And that's and all these are analogies for the spiritual life, that we want to be able to throw away stuff in the spiritual life that doesn't work for something that does. And if you get stuck on something that becomes dry, or it becomes stagnant, then this very thing that worked so well for you is now the thing that fetters you. And I believe, and maybe someone will look that up in this big book dictionary, but I believe that word fettered that they use in there, it's the ankle bracelets. Like they'll fetter a guy to a wall, with an ankle bracelet, and the other piece is, tagged into a piece of cement. And that's the word they use. We're fettered by superstitions and fixed ideas of all kinds. And sober 17 years, I am fettered by superstitions and fixed ideas. And my current sponsor, he told me to put the big book away for a while, and he said, you got to be able to blow through that spiritually, get to the other side of what the real meanings are in that stuff, and look at this bigger picture. And it's been a really great experience for me to become open-minded. More open-minded in the spiritual life is better. Closed-minded in the spiritual life is fettered. And there's that idea of who am I to say there is no God, and that bigger picture is who am I to say that my God is the one and only God, or better than your God. And I love that. It's one of those perfect things about what we have here in AA, is that I can take somebody through the steps, and I do have some deep spiritual convictions and ideas, but I can take people through the steps all the way, and I don't ever share any of that stuff with them. And that's the beautiful thing. That's how I know that I am anonymous in this process, because I will go through and these people will start coming up with this stuff on their own. And it wasn't from me. They just did it through writing inventory, doing the prayer and meditation. They start coming up with these beliefs and ideas. One of the very best analogies they give us in We Agnostics is they give us this analogy of the Wright brothers. And I just love that idea, because the best mathematical minds of the times that these brothers lived at had proved that man could not fly. They'd proven it. They had, big sheets, and here's why, and they could write it all out, and they could say, this can't be done. So the men of science had firm convictions, can't be done. No use even wasting your time. And then the men of religion on the other side had looked at this deal pretty carefully about man flying, and they had decided that, God has reserved this right for the birds. Human beings shouldn't be doing this stuff. So they were fettered by their fixed ideas. And the men of science, these brilliant minds were fettered. And they said, hey, look at Professor Langley. His flying machine went to the bottom of the Potomac River, and that guy was brilliant. And if he can't do it, certainly, our science is right. Man can't fly. The math is correct. So you had the men of science that said that they couldn't do it. Proven it. You had the men of religion saying you can't do it. Really, the gist of the second step is just be open-minded enough to admit that maybe there is something there. They go in the second step. They take a pretty big leap here in We Agnostics from, I think it's 46. Let me just get a page number here for you. from 47, They bring us to this deal we call the second step question. Do I now believe, or am I even willing? There's that willingness we talked about. To believe that there is a power greater than myself. That's the second step question. We kind of talk to people about this. They give us some of these descriptions. Hey, all you got to do is be willing. That's all they say is just be willing. They say this is great news for us. And they say before that, they say it's been repeatedly proven among us that upon this simple cornerstone, a wonderfully effective spiritual structure can be built. So just that cornerstone of willingness is really all you need here. But then they take us up a few pages more. To page 53. So 6 pages later, they're saying in one hand, they say, yeah, all you need is willingness. And then they bring us up 6 pages later in step 53, and it's something we need to rectify. And they say, when we became alcoholics crushed by a self-imposed crisis we could not postpone or evade, we had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is everything or He is nothing. God either is or He isn't. What was our choice to be? And that's a lot harder terms than, hey, all you got to do is be willing, isn't it? 6 pages later, and it's, I warn people. I tell them, this book will back you into a corner where your spiritual beliefs are concerned. So you have to start asking yourself, what is it that I believe? What is it that I really believe? Because they come up and they say, hey, we're in this self-imposed crisis, which is step 1. That we've finally come to a place where we cannot any longer postpone or evade the question of God is either everything or He's nothing. God either is or He isn't. And I looked at this at one time as only one question. God either is everything or He's nothing. I'd kind of back my sponsees into the God is everything corner. And I've really come to look at this in a different way because it's not the only choice. There's really 4 choices there. God is everything or God is nothing. And if that doesn't work for you, they say you can go to the God is or God isn't deal too. If the God is everything question is too much for you, you can go this other route and just say that God is. And of course, when we're speaking about God, we're always speaking about your own conception of God. It tells us in here we don't even need to consider another's conception. Don't even need to consider it. And so the God is question is a question that can be answered as we're going through these steps. And it's a question that needs to be answered. God is everything or He's nothing. And you can look at God is everything, and as God is everything that I live and move and have my being in God. That's a common idea that there is nothing that is not God. And God is everything can mean God is everything to me, because without God I am nothing. I will destroy myself without this power greater than myself. And if any of those ideas are too much, you can just go with just the God is. But any of those answers is enough to really propel you into this idea of making a decision to turn our will and our life over to God. I don't talk about the 12 and 12 a lot when I do these workshops. It'd be kind of a whole other deal to go through the 12 and 12. But I've been attracted to it more and more the longer I'm sober. And one of the things that, Bill was 3.5 years sober when he said this, when he wrote this. And he was 20 years sober when he wrote the 12 and 12. And he had some new experiences. And one of the experiences that he shares with us in step 2 in the 12 and 12, he shares this idea that he said that, and I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, he uses the analogy of the sponsor talking. He says, well, maybe we can imagine the sponsor talking to the sponsee having this conversation. Then there's this little conversation in the 12 and 12. And he says that there was a guy who was the vice president of the American Atheist Association who was one of our members. And it said that, and the bottom line here is what Bill ends up saying is he says this hoop that we have to jump through in step 2, he made the hoop kind of God is everything or God is nothing in the big book. In the 12 and 12, he said at 20 years sober, he said, this hoop that we have to jump through in step 2 is bigger than we ever imagined. It's bigger than we ever imagined. I just love that idea. It's one of the things that I really loved about that it isn't a small little thing that we need to get through. once in a while I'll quote scripture or something, not because I'm endorsing any, just because it's, part of my experience. And then usually when I do, I'm wrong about it. And then somebody that actually knows what they're talking about will come up to me afterwards and say, well, Kenny, that's not exactly what they were talking about then. And that was one of the misconceptions I had. There was this idea that it was harder for a person to get to heaven than it was to go through the eye of a needle. And that was kind of this old conception. And now Bill's talking about this hoop is bigger than we ever imagined that we can jump through in step 2. The only thing it really requires is willingness. And then, of course, somebody set me straight on that, and they said, well, that's not really what it says. What it says is harder for a rich man to get through the eye of a needle than it is to gain access to heaven. So it's and the idea there is the needle was like in the towns in those days, they would build these gates around these cities, and then they would have a needle. And the needle, once the gate was closed, you'd have to go through the needle at night, and the needle meant you had to leave all your stuff behind. You have to leave your camel and all your crap behind. Well, rich guys didn't want to do that. It's harder for them. And that's the idea in the spiritual life. It's a spiritual axiom that, if I'm going to go through this, I got to leave everything behind. Everything that I think I know about God, these steps, the disease of alcoholism, I have to leave that stuff behind. That's the idea there of that. It really isn't a description of that it's really difficult to get to heaven. It's difficult if I want to try to bring all of my stuff with me. It's going to be a little hard. And that's really what the steps are about. The steps are specifically designed to bring us to a place where we can have the spiritual awakening as a result of this. The steps force us to leave behind our resentments and our fear and to go back into our past and to set all of these things right. So with that, let's turn to, I know we're moving kind of quickly, but I want to do this. Let's turn to how it works to page 60. This is the description of the actor trying to play the director. So they say we got a little belief in God, and let's now look at our life, with this belief that we have in this power greater than ourselves, the actor and the director. And the actor and the director in my life, even 17 years sober, I look at all of these areas where it is the actor playing the director. That deal with my daughter is definitely, an actor who's, I'm here to play a role that God assigns. And the craziest thing about this whole thing, we won't go into all of it, but that they say on top of page 61, everybody, including himself, would be pleased. So that's the insane thing about this, is that I'm not only convinced I know what's best for me, but I'm convinced I know what's best for everybody else. I know what's best for AA, I know what's best for these people at work, I know what's best for everybody in my family, and it just drives people nuts. It just drives people completely bananas that I do this. And of course it says what usually happens, the show doesn't come off very well. And that's usually one of those things, whether you're going through the steps for the first time or you're going through the steps again, that will bring you back into a third step and to start writing inventory again, is the show's not coming off very well. The Kenny show is like, going to close on opening night. I mean, this deal's going to go down in flames. And it's that deal of being convinced that I know what's best for somebody else. That is really behind this. I know what's best for me. I know what's best for everybody else. If everybody will just be quiet and just kind of go along with my plan here, and it says in your life will be wonderful. Everybody's going to be pleased. I become convinced of that. So we come over on page 63, and we'll talk about the third step a little bit. When we come back in, we're going to do a little longer meditation. And we'll do a third step prayer as a group, and we'll for those of you that want to. And this is only voluntary, and don't feel bad at all if you don't feel like praying. You don't feel like holding hands. My friend Mike in Seattle has a really great story. He said that he was doing a third step. His first third step was with a group, and they lit a candle and they turned the lights down. And they played some soft music, and he's holding hands with everybody, and he's thinking in his mind. He's a new guy thinking, he's thinking, I don't know what I got myself into. So I don't know if we're getting ready to pray or if we're getting ready to have sex here, he says. Because they had all this mood music and everything. So, but we will. But if that, if lighting candles and music and prayer, if you're not comfortable with that, coming back in for the next section, you can stand and watch and do that with your sponsor when the time comes. So we don't want to make this uncomfortable for anybody. That's certainly not what we're trying to do here this weekend. We're going to do this third step then so we can get that behind us and get to talking about steps 4 and 5, the inventory a little bit, and move on to amends. And we're going to spend a good chunk of the time we have here this weekend on 10, 11, and 12. So, a few ideas about the third step prayer. Are most people here? If most people have done this third step prayer before? I think so with this group.
We end our group with it.
And AA group ends with this prayer. Good. So that's great. The idea here is that, and it's an idea that I've really got comfortable with, and I like to clarify to people, like, make a decision to turn our will and our life over to the care of God. And what does that really mean? It seems like a big task, and it's one of these things that are so perfect about the 12th step, because I had spiritual experiences, or I had spiritual experiences that were valid experiences, but they were these experiences that kind of ended with that. And here in AA, this is where it kind of begins. These experiences ended with turning my life over to God and saying a few prayers, and then I was going to, miraculously everything was going to be fine. And I was in really bad shape at one time. They had this big thing called the Harvest Crusade at Memorial Coliseum, and I went down to the Harvest Crusade, and they had this very famous preacher that was there, and he was from California, and he was doing the whole deal, and the stadium was packed, and somebody told me about it. They were handing out stuff on the streets. They said, yeah, you ought to come. Well, I went in there, and I went up, and I kind of did a third step, and in their fashion, and some people talked to me, and man, I had a valid experience with that. It was really, a really nice deal. But at the end of the night, Memorial Stadium was empty, and I was back doing drugs, within a few hours actually of that experience. And I never followed through or called. They gave me phone numbers, and I'm not saying anything was wrong with that, but in AA we have this deal where we make this decision to turn our will in our lives. It's not the action of that. So what am I really deciding when I do this prayer? The decision is to work steps 4 through 9. That is the action of turning my will and my life over to the care of God. That is my experience. My experience is that when I wrote inventory, and when I admitted all of these defects of characters and these faults and went through that inventory process in 5 and came out of that experience in 6 and 7 and asked God to remove those things and made that 8-step list and went out and repaired the damage done in the past in the 9th step, that I felt this presence of God coming in. And after 5, that's the promise. We may have had certain spiritual beliefs up to this point, but now we begin to have a spiritual experience. The spiritual experience actually begins after 5. It doesn't begin after 3. 3 is a decision. And I had an experience in sobriety when I told you these guys were kind of scouring the halls, and once in a while I'd break down in tears. That was one of them. I was desperate, and I was asking this guy how to meditate, and I really was just doing everything I could to find an answer. And I thought, well, maybe if I did a third step and I read the third step out of the 12 and 12, and I kind of did the best third step I could, and Al, the car lot guy, and I sat out there, and we read the third step out of the 12 and 12, and we did a serenity prayer. And I felt really elated. And like a week later, I like broke a bunch of furniture and the deal. And I went to a meeting, and I had lost my key, and I couldn't get in. And it just sent me through the roof, and I just kicked the door and shattered a bunch of stuff and just went totally nuts. And this was like right after, a few days after I'd had this great third step experience. And I was talking about this, and one of these step guys, brought me to this part of the book and showed me that, where it says, next we launched. And well, what did you do after you did the third step? And it was one of those things that really hooked me into going down and doing this workshop, that I thought maybe these guys had a little more something to it. And so this third step we'll be doing is just a decision. It's a decision to practice steps 4 through 9 and then to live in this new way of life in 10, 11, and 12. that's the real decision in 3, I think. I really don't think there's anything more to it than that. I think it really is just kind of this commitment to go forward. And as we do those steps, we are brought into this new way of living. So I think everybody's probably got a little coffee in them this morning and probably would like a break. So it's almost 10 after 10, and I will turn the recorder off. We'll take care of any housekeeping issues, and we'll take a break. So thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're here getting in preparation for our third step. We'll talk for just a couple of minutes first, and then we will circle up. And I'm glad we've got this circle here. A good friend of mine who's a non-alcoholic, but he's an artist, and I've got a couple of his paintings in my house. And he's just a really, he's a really spiritual guy. A guy I really admire. And his mother wrote a book called Ceremonial Circles. And she's passed away now, but she was a very popular author, and her name was Sidonia Cahill, and she wrote a lot of books, but she wrote a whole book about just this, a whole book, a couple hundred pages about people circling up all over the world. This is what spiritual people do, is they form circles and share with each other. So I always prefer this, in a group if we can. Even at my home group, which we have a couple hundred people at my home group, we always try to set up the chairs so that there isn't like, a hierarchy, or it's just, we try to form as big a circle as we can, so it's kind of circles with other circles around them and aisles and stuff. But we try to kind of use that idea that there is a power in forming the circle. So we've done that. We formed a circle. Somebody joked that it was not the circle of love, but the oval of love. So a couple of things that I'll share a little bit about my, I had a couple of different third step experiences. I had this third step experience, which was very huge, and I had a very great spiritual experience around it, but it never amounted to a solution for alcoholism. It was just kind of this third step experience, and I went after the third step. We read that piece out of the 12 and 12, and I actually was left quite empty afterwards. I had a huge spiritual experience. I just felt like the weight of the world had been lifted off my shoulders. I remember laying on my bed back in my little apartment, and just, I didn't want to fall asleep because I just felt so great after doing that. I really felt like something had happened, and then shortly afterward, I was just as crazy as ever. And somebody between the sessions had asked me, about the difference between a spiritual experience and a spiritual awakening. And I don't think we need to get into too much detail there, but there is a difference between having a spiritual experience and recovery from alcoholism. They talk in the end of the big book, in the section on the spiritual experience, they talk about this. It was an experience sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism, is what they're talking about when they use those terms in the big book, spiritual experience and spiritual awakening. It says those terms are used many times. What they're really talking about is a personality change sufficient to bring about recovery from alcoholism. And so what they mean by that is that, and I said I wasn't going to get into that very much, but a couple things just occurred to me. But what they really mean by that is that what does a spiritual experience or a spiritual awakening is really more what we're talking about here. What is a spiritual awakening? What is it? Well, from the outside, it looks like a personality change. That's what it looks like from the outside. And I guarantee you that my personality has changed in every conceivable manner since I got sober. I am just a completely, the person that came into the program doesn't really even exist. And quite truthfully, I have to get quiet today, and I have to get prayerful today to really remember what it was like to be a drunk. That's how far, to really remember that. It takes these weekends, and some time in prayer, because my life is so unlike that. I've had this huge personality change. They say that the essence of that, which means what it feels like on the inside, is this, they say some of our members call it this God consciousness. It's the awareness of the presence of God. That's what a spiritual awakening feels like, is that today I'm aware of the presence of God in my life. Like my friend Jeffrey said, the sunlight of the Spirit shines on my life every day, he said. And man, I really wanted what that guy had. So the first time I really started getting into this book, we did this third step. We were kind of coming up on this third step in my group, in my workshop that I was doing, and a couple things happened. I'll tell you a couple of funny stories here. And there was that guy that was named Patrick. He was one day sober less than I was, and Patrick and I were going to go up the mountain and do this third step. But we'd had some really bizarre experiences with the workshop. Like I said, we were kind of going to the workshop every Tuesday, and then after the workshop, we'd kind of deprogram each other and tell each other, yeah, that guy's a nut, and this guy's, trying to impress the chicks, and these guys, he talks about spirituality, but I seen him with that newcomer, and we just really hammered these guys, but every Tuesday we were back at the workshop again, with our highlighters and our pens and everything, but Patrick had called me. We were getting up to the third step, and Patrick had called me one night. He was at this boarding house. I was back in that back room at the car lot, and he called me, and he said, Kenny, I don't know what's going on, but he said, I had this spiritual experience of some kind. He said, I was just laying on my bed, and all this wind started coming out of my body, and I just felt like I'd been purged, and I wonder if that has to do with these prayers, that we're doing in the workshop, and this stuff about the third step, and like I said last night, Patrick was right off the skids. This guy was right off the streets, so being one day sober more than him, I had to kind of try to help put this deal into perspective for him. So I told him, I said, well, let's think about this, Patrick. What's going on here? Let's kind of break this thing down a little bit, because I'm thinking in my mind, Patrick's going nuts, and I got to talk him down here. And so I was talking to him a little bit, and this was the night, this was late on a Tuesday night after the workshop, and I said, we finally got done. I said, Patrick, did you drink the coffee at the workshop? And he said, well, yeah, he's had a couple cups of coffee. And I said, well, Patrick, I didn't drink any coffee at the workshop, and I didn't have any such experience. So obviously what we've got here is we've come across a group of people who are forming a cult within Alcoholics Anonymous, and these guys are putting drugs in the coffee to try to, and so, we got to be careful here, because we could, and I was, the crazy thing about it, and this is really where my mindset was, the crazy thing about it was that for one, I didn't totally believe that. I was trying to kind of put this in, trying to figure out what happened with Patrick, and he was truly kind of freaking out, and so, this idea that maybe somebody had put some drugs in the coffee was the deal. And still today in AA, there's those people I told you about that are still very close to me that finished that workshop and are still in my life today. And they still tease me about that. They still will see me and say, oh, Kenny, I'd watch out about that coffee. They think it's really a big joke around in my home group about, Kenny, and watch out for the coffee. And because I did, I went back to the workshop, and I would tell people, I'd say, and that's the amazing thing about it, was actually in my mind, there was a part of me that believed that this could be possible. It could be possible that we were involved with some kind of a cult within Alcoholics Anonymous, and that these people were putting drugs in the coffee. And then there was this other deal where they had planned to bring this big guru up from California, and we were all going to do this retreat up in the mountains, and we would all do our third step together, like we're getting ready to prepare here. So I was thinking, boy, this is trouble. And these guys are after my earthly possessions, not remembering that I'm, by living by the grace of my sponsor in the back of a car lot, I wasn't exactly a prime target. So, but the thing about that was that I continued to go to that workshop. And I would tell people, I would say, hey, I'd watch out for that coffee there. Patrick here had a hell of an experience on that stuff a couple nights ago. And I'd be careful. But they said they were going to do this deal. We were going to go up in the mountains. We'd do this retreat. They were going to do they're bringing this guy up from California, and he was going to take us all up to the book, up to the third step, and then we'd do a third step prayer together up there. And then the idea was everybody from the workshop would start writing inventory at this retreat. And so Patrick and I, people were offering us rides. I had just got a car, and it was a car that I got from my sponsor. And it was a $100 car, and that was off a car lot. It was out the door, tax and license included, $100. So you can imagine what kind of a car this was. It had completely bald tires, and it had this huge transmission fluid leak, so that if I parked it just wrong, it would, if I parked it on a hill, all the transmission fluid would leak out of the thing. So I had to be real careful how I parked it. And transmission fluid was expensive, so I couldn't, I had to be really try to figure out ways to catch the transmission fluid. And it was really a piece of junk car. So Patrick said, well, my sister, and we weren't about to take a ride with any of these nuts up to the, because we wanted to be able to get out of there if things kind of took a turn for the worse. And Patrick said, well, I got a car. And Patrick at one time had kind of had this car, and he was this dope fiend that would go into bars, and this was his game. He'd go into bars, and he'd let people use his car for doing drugs. But the thing about his car was that it was up on blocks. It didn't run and everything. And he'd say, so he'd bring people out. His car was parked behind this tavern. He'd bring people out there and say, yeah, come on, he'd use my car. People would be like, oh, this car had no tires on it, And, he'd sold everything he possibly could off this car. But the car had been rescued, and they'd got some wheels on it, and it had been over at his sister's house. And he said, well, I got a car over at my sister's house, and I think it probably just needs like a starter or something. So we went over, and we sized it up, and the grass had kind of grown up all around this car, and we were thinking, oh, yeah, this is a much better choice than my ride, for sure. So we'll fix this thing up, and we did. We got air in the tires. We got it back and forth, did all this work on it, and we were going to take his ride up the mountain. And it was up over Snoqualmie Pass, which is one of the big passes coming out of Seattle. I don't think it's this elevation, but is it like 6,000 feet or something, 7,000 feet? 3. There you go. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. I asked Niles because he's a skier, and he's skied all over Washington State. So it's about 3,000 feet, but you're coming from sea level, too. That's something to remember, too. You're coming from sea level straight up 3,000 feet, so it's a bit of a climb. Well, his car had this overheating problem. So we would drive a little bit, and we're thinking, hey, we're going up to do this third step. We're going to meet this big guru from California, and we're going to go up and do this deal. We're going to find God, me and you together, dude. And let's go. And we had this back seat that was filled with these big jugs of water so that we could drive a little ways up the Snoqualmie Pass, and we had to pull over and let the car cool down, and we'd have to add water, and then we could drive a little ways. And people from the retreat were headed up, and they would see us, and they would stop. Hey, you guys all right? And we'd say, oh, yeah, no problem. We're fine. Well, geez, what's the deal with all the water in the back seat? Oh, we got a little overheating problem, but we're going to be all right. And we were, trying to just make sure we had our escape plan. And we were going up, and we said, Patrick, let's really try this prayer deal. And I sat with Patrick, and the two of us said a prayer in his car together. God, please help us to get up this mountain. We really need to get up to this third step, and we really, we really want to be done with drinking and using drugs, and do everything you can to help us here. And then we started up, went a little ways, and then we saw this bus that was broke down on the side of the road, and all the people were out of the bus, and the hood on the bus was up, and on the side of the bus it said, "The Church of God," on the side of this bus. And I said to Patrick, if he's not getting those guys up this mountain, we're in some serious trouble here. That's not, that prayer we said, those guys had a much better chance, I think, than we do. That wasn't just any church there. That is the Church of God. That's the top level as far as I know. So that was really my experience and we got up to this retreat. It was we were crazier than hell. It was a silent retreat for the first day. The first day we did a couple of sessions, and then it was silent until the next morning, and that just, was way over the top for me. And I had way too much on my mind and couldn't talk to anybody. And I just quit smoking a couple days before that. I was like, well, I'm going to do this third step. Yeah, it was really a wild deal. So I came into that third step that way, but I did a third step in a group just like this, and I had a really great experience, and a lot of people that were at that retreat are still my good friends today, and I followed through, wrote the inventory, and of course, I'll share a lot more about, how I got from that insanity to this place where I'm here with you folks in New Mexico this weekend as we go more through the steps. But, I just say that and I tell those stories because, my experience was that I didn't really need to bite this deal off. I was able to, looking back on it now, I really see that I kind of took the second, third step maybe more piecemeal than I would have thought at the time. Of course, at the time I was God is everything and I'm committed and doing my third step, but really there was a lot of reservations. We weren't going to ride with anybody else. We weren't going to take anybody else's car. We were maybe, if it got crazy, we were going to leave, and maybe there's stuff going on. I mean, I had a lot of reservations, but also somebody asked me, I read this letter that I wrote, and somebody asked me about the guy that wrote that letter, what's going on with him, and his name is Joe, and I just wanted to report to everybody. I didn't follow through with that, but he has, or not the guy that wrote the letter, but this guy that brought the letter, that had the excuse letter that was coming to my house, is Joe K, and he's sober over 2 years now. It's about 2.5 years, and he's working with 3 or 4 guys, and he's sponsoring people, and he's a huge part of our home group, and he's just doing amazing. He's just really doing amazing things. So he did as well, finished his inventory and did his 5th step, and got a lot of freedom. So, and this was coming from a guy, and I'm sure he would be okay with me sharing. This is coming from a guy, and he talks about this in his talks a lot. Now this is coming from a guy. This guy that brought this letter. He was a guy that could not look himself in the mirror. That's part of his story. He could not look in the mirror when he got sober. And he came to my house before he brought this letter. In the first few times we met, he came to my house, and he told me, he said, I hate to tell you this, but you're wasting your time. So, and I told him, well, not actually quite to the contrary, but you're saving my life here, and I'd really appreciate it if you could keep showing up, so he really believed that. He believed for him there was no hope, and this was a guy that was in and out of the program for 10 or 12 years, in and out and in and out and in and out. Absolutely could not stay sober no matter what, and he'd been through a lot of different sponsors and different groups and different things and tried everything available to him, but never really had been exposed to this really solid step message until then. So with that, we are going to do a meditation here. This meditation will maybe last about 15 minutes, so we'll just get comfortable. We'll use some of that meditation techniques if you need to, that we talked about earlier. This will be a led meditation. It'll be a little different than the silent meditation. I think we will go ahead and keep the tape rolling. And I was joking with Dave. I was calling him the taper, and he said, "Well, it's not really a taper anymore because you don't really make tapes. You make these CDs." So now I'm calling him the burner. So Dave the burner. We hope we've coined a new phrase here in AA. So Dave the burner. We'll keep the burning going during this. It'll be a little led meditation. We'll start with a couple minutes of silence, and I'll just remind people to relax. And I like to tell people where we're going to go in these meditations. It's helpful. So this meditation is a meditation that I call the quiet place. And really what all it is it's just trying to take us in our mind's eye to a place where we've been felt perfect ease and comfort. It could be a place from our past, our childhood. A woman I know, her quiet place is a couch at an old retreat place where she's been going to these AA retreats for years. And some people don't have a place where they've ever felt like that. So that you can be a place that you imagine, a mountain stream or some, in a kayak out in the water, or some quiet place. And the object of this meditation isn't to be perfect. So if your mind wanders and you hear sounds and stuff, just remind yourself, oh yeah, that's those people outside, and come back to the meditation when you hear my voice. And try to return yourself as much as you can to this idea, and we'll go there. I'll remind you, okay, now we're going to go to the quiet place, and we're going to go to the quiet place. We're going to try to find that in our mind's eye, just kind of use our mind's eye, our imagination, and try to just go within a little bit, and then we're going to bring into the quiet place this idea of the third step, and they give us that on the bottom of page 62. It says, this is the how and why of it. First of all, we had to quit playing God. We're going to bring some of those ideas of the third step into the quiet place with us. And so we're going to have this third step idea in the quiet place with us. And then we're going to let this third step idea move from our minds down into our hearts in the quiet place. Then we're going to come out of the quiet place and we're going to come back to the here and now, and we're going to bring this third step idea with us. And then we're going to circle up as a group like we've done now. We'll hold hands, and I'll lead us in the third step prayer. I won't lead us. We're going to recite the third step prayer as a group together. So that will be our plan. If any time during this you get uncomfortable, you want to get up and stretch or walk, just remember this is a practice, and hopefully it's something that everybody can take with them. You know, a lot of people here have these kind of practice, and if you do, you can take this if it's something useful. If you don't, this is a good practice that you can take with you. I do this one-on-one with all the guys that I sponsor when we're getting ready to do a third step. You know, it says we thought well before taking this step is the words after this prayer. And so I always bring people up to this third step. That we took a break here today. I at least bring them up to the third step, and then I'll usually send them home to kind of consider it, and they'll come back the next week, and they know all about that. If you show up, you know, that week, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do some meditation, and we're going to do some quiet time. We're going to go to our quiet place. We're going to do the third step prayer together, and I tell them bring a pen and paper because we're going to start writing inventory as soon as we're done. So with that, we will just get quiet. I'm going to play a little music here. And I'll try to. You may hear me get up in the meditation if that happens. It's just because the music is too loud or too quiet, and I'll adjust the volume here a little bit. So we'll just start by getting quiet. We'll start by relaxing and just kind of finding our seat, taking some deep breaths in and out, and just relaxing our body and bringing about a calmness of mind. And as we notice, any time during the meditation that our mind is wandering, we don't worry about it. We don't put any energy into it. We just realize that our mind has wandered, and whenever possible, we just return ourselves to the meditation, to this idea that we're going to be going to a quiet place. Just begin to get quiet and just concentrate on our breathing. We get quiet, we just relax and bring our attention to this meditation, to our breathing. You can use a mantra or a focal point to remind us that we're in meditation. All of the thoughts of the pressures and the troubles and the difficulties in our lives we're leaving behind. Or begin to imagine in our mind's eye to envision a place where we've been at perfect peace and ease. A place maybe from the past, or a place from our future, a place where we would maybe like to be. Just the serene and calm surroundings. Going quietly to our quiet place. Any distractions, we just return our thoughts to our quiet place. Let's begin to further and further envision ourselves in that place of serenity, and that place where we have a feeling that life is good. Feel the warmth of the Spirit. We know we're safe and protected. Just in our quiet place, and we just relax and let go of any distractions. And we begin to bring in a few ideas into the quiet place if we can. The serenity with us. We bring this decision that we've made in step 3 with us, this decision to make the third step, knowing that we've thought well before taking this step, that we're fully prepared to go forward. We ask for God's care and protection, and for those of you that wish, you can join me in the third step prayer. For those of you that need to, you can put your books in front of you. And we will recite the third step prayer together. God, I offer myself to Thee, to build with me and to do with me as Thou wilt. Relieve me of the bondage of self, that I may better do Thy will. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness to those I would help. Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life, and do Thy will always. Okay. Whew. Thanks, everybody. We'll take just a minute just to process what we've done here. But not a lot more than that. Well, the reason is, if you look at the next few lines in the book after the third step, they tell us that this experience that we've had here will have little permanent effect unless at once, it's less at once followed by this strenuous effort to face and be rid of those things that blocked us. And the analogy that I love to use is the analogy of, the sunlight of the Spirit. I really love that description, because if I have these things in my life that are blocking me from the sunlight of the Spirit, what would happen if those things were removed in my life? That's a powerful idea, isn't it? That if those things that are blocking me from the sunlight of the Spirit are removed, which is the idea of the 12 steps, that's the purpose of what we're doing here, is to remove those things that block us from the sunlight of the Spirit, then I will know the presence of God in my life. And that was an incredibly powerful idea for me. It still is. That there are still things in my life that block and separate me from the presence of God. And if those things are removed, that I will know God at even a deeper level, that I will have, I can again have this experience from where I'm at now that Jim was talking about earlier, that experience of I could never even imagine, that is possible for me now at 17 years sober, just the same as it was then. It's just at a little different level now. This idea of the quiet place, if you found a quiet place, that's really great. I would caution you a little bit. It's one of those things. It's a little personal for me, and it's not just me. I mean, there's spiritual ideas behind this that go back a long ways, but some of these things you kind of want to keep to yourself. And I have shared my quiet place with a few people. I think I've shared it with my wife. I've shared a few people along the way. There's been a few people that were just genuinely interested, and they want to know, and I don't have really mind, but the reason is it's kind of a sacred thing. If you haven't found a quiet place, you can use this meditation. Somebody gave it to me, and now I give it to all of you. It's a way to kind of go into meditation and find a quiet place. And the nicest thing about that is, Don shared his quiet place a lot with us, didn't he? Talked about that a lot in the going through the garden. And I know that when the shit hits the fan, I was looking for another word, but when the shit hits the fan, I know where I'm going. I know where I do go today. When I have things that face me and I need to make a decision in my life, and Tom I says this, and I just love it. Tom says that it's not decision that's difficult, it's indecision. When I'm faced with indecision, I go to my quiet place. That's where I look for the answers to my life's problems now. And so it's a really great tool that we can use in sobriety, this idea of going to our quiet place. If we have time, I'll share another meditation on Sunday morning with everybody that's a similar deal, but takes us even a little further, and I'll share that with you Sunday. So the idea in the fourth step, and I've actually, to tell you the truth, I struggled a little bit with how to prepare for steps 4 and 5 here. And I'm not going to give specific instructions on inventory here. I want you to get your specific instructions on inventory from your sponsors. Because things, little nuances and things, you can get caught up in the letter of the law here, and it really distracts us from what we want to do as a group for this weekend. And so I'm going to purposefully leave some of the finer definitions on writing inventory. And the reason that's come to me is I think you have a good array of fine sponsorship here in this group that can show you how to write inventory. And the book is very good at showing you how to write inventory as well. So I'll share some of my experience with inventory. We will look at the book a little bit. But the big book really deals with, and they use words like this to bring us to where we're at now. They've used words like next we launched, and I kind of have to figure out, it's like the launch is, and that's the very next word after, there's one paragraph after that. The third step prayer, what we just read, and then it says next we launch. So you got one paragraph, then it says launch. And that paragraph before that, when I think about a launch, I think about the 10, 9, 8. These guys are getting ready to go somewhere. They're not, they don't want to scrub once you get down to the countdown, it says next we launch. So they're like at that place of, okay, 1, next we launch. We're going somewhere now. We don't wait and try to decipher, well, did I get they said sometimes an effect, a very great one, is felt at once. And we saw that here. I think that several people had a pretty nice experience in that third step, but it's not going to be anything that's a lasting deal. It says unless we launch, we have to follow this with the strenuous effort. So I was told when we did this inventory, they told us to bring a pen and paper, and I actually started writing my first inventory. The first thing they told me was to make this long list of all the people in my lives that I had resentments against, anybody with whom I had been angry. Maybe I wasn't angry with them at that moment because I was feeling pretty good, but had I been angry with these people, they should be on the list. And I followed through with that experience, and they asked me to list my fears, and they gave me a format for looking at my fears and why I had them, and for looking at why did self-reliance fail me, and there's some great examples of inventory in the book. There's one here, I will talk about one resentment that's in the book. We're not going to get caught up too much, but on 65, there's a beautiful resentment. I just love it. It's just so juicy. And it's called Mr. Brown. He's using this 3-column format, and there's actually 4 columns to the inventory. They don't show it here because they tell you that, once we get this much done that they tell us that we set that aside completely, what the other person did and look at our part. And that's why that 4th column isn't shown here, because we've set it aside when we write 4th column. But this is just an example of a great resentment for a drunk. I just love this, that Bill came up with this. I wondered if it wasn't a little bit of personal experience. Mr. Brown. He's mad at Mr. Brown for 3 different reasons in that second column. His attention to my wife. This is a guy that's got his act together and starting to talk to his wife. Not only that, but he says, look at the next one. Told my wife of my mistress. And I mean, this is number 1 on the list. This guy's paying attention to his wife, and by the way, he's, I just feel compelled to tell you this. I would never treat you that way, right? I would never treat you this way. And you just seem like such a great woman to me. And your husband is actually with so-and-so at the office. And, I just have to, as a friend, I feel compelled to, tells the wife of the mistress. I would never do that. I can't believe that he's, doesn't see what a beautiful person you are. And told my wife of my mistress, he's paying attention. And then then to top it all off, Brown may get my job at the office. Right? So on top of all this, he's got this whole deal going on. Then he goes to the office and they're saying, hey, did you hear that Brown's up for the big promotion, Right? And he's like, oh, God. And they say in there a few paragraphs before this example, they say that you can imagine the power that this would have in a person's life who's trying to get sober. And we all have a Mr. Brown. We all have a Mr. I had a list of 120 Mr. Browns. And I was angry at everybody and everything. And that's not, I don't know if that's where I'd classify that on the examples. I've had people come to me with lists, short. We're not looking at volume here, but just to get it all down on paper and not to leave anything out. The paragraph before Mr. Brown said, resentment is the number 1 offender. It kills more alcoholics than anything else. And that was news to me, because I kind of thought maybe alcohol killed more alcoholics than anything else. It's a powerful deal. This resentment, and I'm not saying that this was in Bill's life, this resentment in the life of the fictional person that wrote this inventory for the book, will kill you if you're sober and you hang on to something like this. You will not stay sober. That's the experience of legions of alcoholics, they say, that have gone before us. That this is one of those things we make a decision in the third step. This is one of the things we have to face and be rid of, is these resentments in our life. Because when we're shut off from the sunlight of the Spirit, which for most normal people is, they're shut off from the sunlight of the Spirit. Maybe they're not going to have as happy life as they would if they didn't have that resentment. But for alcoholics, says these things are poison. This stuff, these Mr. Browns, if our only hope is in the maintenance and growth of a spiritual experience, this business of resentment, they say, is infinitely grave. That this stuff actually has the power to kill. Resentment. And so we've left the booze behind. It wasn't the booze and the drugs that was doing this to me. It was all these other things. We got to get down to causes and effects. The resentments and the fears and the sex conduct in my life are the 3 big ones that we deal with in early inventory. And it's the ones that they looked at and they said, yeah, these are the big ones. These were guys that were living this way of life for a while before they ever wrote this book. And they had a part of what they did was this admission of character defects, this accountability to others. This was a part of what they did back in the early days of AA. They would circle up in groups like this, and they would just go around and they would just say, well, this is what I have to admit to the group today. It was a way of life for them. And they really saw that out of all that experience, the things that were really killing them were these resentments and the fears in their life and their sexual conduct. And these were the things that they decided to address in the big book. So we kind of have this 3-part inventory. This resentment that we write about, where we actually look at where I was to blame. We'll talk about that some more this weekend and here in just a minute, actually. So I wrote all this stuff down. Of course, had a resentment against my mom. It was a really simple one. She ruined my life. So it was very, very simple and to the point. Okay, that's number 1. My mom, she ruined my life. And then I could just kind of go on from there. And everybody else was kind of, had, varying degrees of the same kind of a thing. But it was all kind of this thing. And I kind of heard all this stuff about getting outside yourself, and I was writing this fourth column, which is where we put, we set all this stuff aside and say, okay, well, dealing with your mom, where were you to blame? Dealing with this boss, where were you to blame? Well, I did, break into their medical chest and steal all their drugs. And maybe I wasn't the best employee at the company. And I got to look at all this stuff. But, somehow when I was really writing that inventory and I got a chance to list all of my fears, and I honestly can say today, I think it would have been easier for me to make a list of the things that I wasn't afraid of. Because I started listing my fears and I thought, well, I'm afraid I'm not going to stay sober, for sure. I was really afraid of that in early sobriety. I thought, maybe this is all just going to be for nothing again. So I'm afraid to stay sober. And then I thought about, I'm afraid to stay sober. I'm afraid I won't stay sober. I'm afraid to stay sober. I had a girlfriend at the time. I'd been hanging out at a kind of a low-bottom AA hall, so I had a girlfriend. So I wrote down. I wrote down that. Well, I'm afraid she's going to leave me. I'm afraid she's going to leave me. And then the next thing, I was afraid she was going to stay. What does that mean? Responsibilities and I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get a job. I'm afraid about getting a job, that I won't be able to do it, that they'll kind of discover that I'm really, eventually they'll discover that I'm a failure at life, and I'm afraid to get a job. I'm afraid that I won't be successful, and I'm afraid of success. I was paralyzed by fear, and the book describes this. They say that the fabric of our existence is shot through with it. It's like this evil and corroding thread. And we all know, you pull the thread and now the shirt's ruined. It's just one thread, but, the fabric of our existence is shot through with this deal, this evil and corroding thread. And they say, well, after we write this inventory, and they kind of give us this way, they say, well, maybe there's a better way, this idea of trusting and relying on God. And we look at this place of this God reliance in the fifth step. And we look at our sexual conduct, and I was told there's some questions here by coincidence only, and it really is that way. The sex inventory is on 68 and 69, and they give us a list of questions on 69 in the middle of the page there. We reviewed our conduct over the years past. So I was told I could go back as far as I wanted, and that I could start at the very beginning with the first time I'd ever had sex, or the first relationship I'd ever had, and all the way to the forward. I could start now and go backwards, whatever I wanted, but they wanted it all. And I listed that. And in my own experience, was I probably could have listed that on a cocktail napkin, but some people have a longer list, and I've worked with people that, and we'll talk about this a little more in the 10th and 11th step, but as sponsors in AA, this causes people a lot of problems. And it maybe they would have been better to call this a relationship inventory than a sex inventory, because it's really more about relationships than it is the act of sex. Not that we don't have sex problems. It says in here, we all have sex problems, all of us. So I won't ask for a show of hands, but if there was somebody that didn't have sex problems, they would be an anomaly, because the experience of the people that wrote the book, and my experience is that Tony doesn't. Yeah. And they're really dealing with relationships here, and so I wrote all of this stuff out. But as sponsors, which is where this deal's going, we have to get comfortable with talking to people about sex, and it was an uncomfortable topic for me, and I was so glad that there was people that I could turn to about the sex problems in my life in sobriety. And I will also tell you this, that I did actually go see a sex therapist in early sobriety. I sat with a lady for a couple of years, because I had my wires crossed. I was all over the board with stuff. And I want to be careful what I say here, but I received some horrible advice on sex in AA as well. So you do have to be a little bit careful of who you're dealing with. But as sponsors, we got to get comfortable with listening to sex inventory, with sharing our own experience with whatever it is that we get comfortable on this topic. And I was asked to go through and list all this stuff out, look at whether it was selfish or not. look at where I was to blame, look at these questions, where had I been selfish, dishonest, or inconsiderate, who'd been hurt, make a list of all that. And I realized in a lot of these relationships, it wasn't just the woman, or it wasn't just myself, but maybe it was her kids, maybe it was her parents. I mean, the list just grew. And I was able to use that information when I got to 9. And I had all this stuff together, and like I said, I was looking at where I was to blame, where was I selfish, where was I dishonest, where was I inconsiderate. I looked at all of those things in the 4th column, like, what was my part in this. But still, I didn't quite get it. I got into step 5, and I was really thinking, these guys in that workshop haven't exactly treated me with a lot of respect. And so I asked the guy that was facilitating that to come hear my 5th step. And when I meant they weren't treating me with respect, there was a lot of times when I knew they were just kind of patronizing me. I'd speak up in the workshop and I'd say, yeah, I got some experience with inventory or something because I'd written inventory and treatment, 5 years ago. And then they would, well, what was did you stay sober after that? And God, these guys would make me look foolish in front of, my peers in AA. And so finally I just kind of bit my tongue, and I knew better than to open my mouth at the workshop. And then sometimes they would actually patronize me a little bit. They would say, oh, that's good that you have all this experience with inventory, because you can come to the workshop and help to show everybody else how to write inventory when the time comes. And I would think, because I knew I didn't know how to write inventory, so I was just kind of riding on this 4-step, and I was literally of the opinion that when Jeffrey comes down to hear my 5th step, and he sees how horrible the people in my life have treated me all my life, he's going to be so sorry for the way that he's treated me. He's going to feel so, he's going to feel so sorry for all of the hard times that I've had to go. He just doesn't understand all the rough times I've been through in my life. And he's going to see when he comes here's his 5th step, he'll see. And I couldn't have been more wrong. And I'm grateful that I picked a guy in 5 that wasn't afraid to really rub my nose in it a little bit. And he wasn't directly disrespectful, and but he just kept saying, well, what was that you said? No, I thought you said you loved your brother. But, those things don't sound like love to me. Are you sure that you sure we're dealing with somebody that you love here? And he kind of, and then I had my mother ruined my life, Jeffrey. She ruined my life, and I don't see where I'm to blame for that, Oh, okay. Well, let's just, was it all horrible? He said. And I had an awakening that day a little bit. Was it all horrible? And I thought, well, it wasn't all horrible, Jeffrey, but there was a lot of horrible. Okay, well, let's just get this in perspective, because I really want to know what we're dealing with here. This is somebody you say ruined your life, and I want to just see what's really, really going on here. So we thought about it, and he said, well, did you have a roof over your head when I was a kid? Yeah, we had a roof over. Well, who took care of that? My mom was a single mom until I was about 8, and my stepdad married my mother, and we lived from then on with my stepdad. How old was your mom when you were pregnant? This intuitive thought that these sponsors have. How old was your mom, by the way? I thought she might, and I knew, my mom was 19 when I was born, and I have a brother that's 18 months older than I am. Yeah, single, in the 60s, with 2 young kids. And this is the person I was pointing the finger at. This person that put a roof over my head. Well, was there food on the table? Well, yeah, there was, but it wasn't always the right kind. I never got the Captain Crunch and the sugared cereals and stuff. We always had this crappy stuff from the food bank or something. But there was always food, and I thought about that. And what was there a Christmas tree at your house at Christmas time? Yeah, we had a Christmas tree. Was there any presents? Yeah. Well, who do you think took care of that kind of stuff? Who was it that was doing those things for you guys? And I really got to look at my mom in a whole. There's an idea that the blinders come off in 5. That you can't continue. If you do a 5th step, you cannot continue to do a 5th step and continue with this tunnel vision. And Jeffrey used to call it the wraparound mirror. He said, you've got this wraparound mirror, and it's time to reach out and shatter that wraparound mirror. And what the wraparound mirror is means that no matter what direction I look, I can only see how something reflects back on me. I can't ever see how anything affects anybody else except how it affects on me. And it perfectly described this selfishness, self-centered. And I would never have believed that I was a selfish, self-centered person. I just never believed that I was an egotistical person. I really had dove heavy into this victim role. And the more I think about it, my mom was a folk singer. She played guitar, and she would sing at coffee shops in the U District in Seattle, and raise money for us kids. And she had a full-time job on top of that. And we didn't have a TV when I was a kid. And my mom used to play guitar to us, and I got to thinking about that. My mom used to play guitar to me every night. I don't ever remember a night when she didn't come into my brother and I's room and sit and play guitar for us and sing folk songs until we fell asleep. That was how she, got us kids to sleep every night. So really what happened for me in 5 was kind of the blinders came off, and I realized that there was problems in my family. I don't deny that. But, I grew up in the presence of great love. That's a very loving thing that she did for us kids, all of those things. And I know that what she wanted in her heart of hearts was to be a great mom. And then I got to look at my side of the deal. At 13 years old, my mom got into Alcoholics Anonymous and recovered. And I never heard her amends, never wanted anything to do with her. I completely took the right for her to be a decent mother away from her. I went months and months and months without talking to her. I would, I told you on Friday night, she would drive all the way to Seattle from Vancouver, Washington, about a 3-hour drive, and go up and down the freeways trying to find me. I was removed from the house about at 13 for my own problems because I was selling drugs in the school, and I was burglarizing homes, and I was doing all these things. And they removed me from the home, and I was a ward of the state. And during that time, there was a time that I was at a place called Nacelle, Washington, which nobody would know here, but it's a little, tiny town way down in the corner of Washington State. Seattle is all the way up as far as you can get in the other corner of the state. And when I was incarcerated there at Nacelle, Saturday and Sunday were the visiting days. And I think back on that now, and I don't ever remember a weekend my mom didn't come visit me. And she drove from Seattle, and that's about a 4 or 5 hour drive. She would drive down there and see me on visiting hours on Saturdays. My mom would always be there. I just knew it. Saturday, yeah, mom's coming. And then the neat thing about that is my mom would spend the night down there so she could come to visiting on Sunday as well. So I was wrong about my mother. And then things just kind of started tumbling from there. I saw how wrong I was about my brother and my sister and my boss. And things kind of started falling apart a little bit, and I was reminded in that fifth step that this isn't therapy that we're doing here, that the idea is that, and these were his words, that your life is broken beyond repair here. We can't fix this. We can't put Humpty Dumpty back together. It's broken beyond repair. This is about getting a new life in Alcoholics Anonymous. We're going to go out and set right these wrongs that you've done in the past. We're going to get this new life in Alcoholics Anonymous. That's what this is about. This is about turning this stuff over to God because we can't do anything about it. This is about asking God to remove these things from your life so that you can live as a free man. And in that respect, I was really able to go into that step 6 and 7, humbly. God, I cannot live another day like this. I didn't want to treat women the way that I did anymore. I didn't want to, harbor those resentments against my family anymore. I didn't want to hold the resentments against I had lists of just the stupidest goddamn resentments against these, people at the hall that talked too much, and, this guy, just pitiful stuff. And just dozens of them. dozens of them. I just, I knew that I could not go on living this way for another day. And I just went into 6 and 7 with that attitude that I really didn't want to go another day living my life that way. This girlfriend that I talked about is actually the mother of my daughter, who's 15, that lives with me now, and my wife I've been with for 10 years. We've been married for 8. And my daughter lives with us. But she was there. She came back to, and this is the thing about this. I did that fifth step in the back of that car lot. That's where I was when I did that. The other thing about that fifth step was that before I did that fifth step, I was, Jeffrey was one of those kind of no-nonsense sponsors, and he said that, I asked him if he would hear my fifth step, and he said, yeah, I'm a busy guy. I do a lot. And I'd seen it. I'd been to his apartment. I'd seen what this guy was doing with alcoholics, and I'd seen that, what he was. He says, well, here's the deal. And he opened up his little book, and he circled the date on the calendar, and he says, I'm going to be down to the car lot. I'll come on this day. We'll go in the little apartment back there, and we'll do your fifth step. So I'm going to show up on that day, because that's the day that's open on my calendar. And if you're not ready, I won't come back. You'll have to find somebody else. And that night before that fifth step, I wasn't finished with my inventory. And I stayed up all night that night writing that inventory. So this fifth step experience that I described to you was on no sleep, and it was born of desperation. I really thought about, I would go up to the top of the car, I could see out, there's this little AM, PM mini mart, a little gas station, and I could see out there, and I knew that for like $6 I could go down there and buy a cheap bottle of wine. And I was thinking, that was an absolute decision on my part before 5. I thought, I could go down and get that bottle of wine, I'll drink it real fast, and when Jeffrey shows up, I'll be so stinking drunk, and I'll tell him what I think of him and all his cronies there at the workshop. It just is a miracle to me that I was spared from some of that kind of stuff. I'd think about that, and I'd go down and I'd write that inventory for a while. Then I'd come back up, and I'd think, oh, man, I'm going to bag this. I can't finish it. There's no way I can finish by morning. But I did, and my daughter's mother had left, and then she'd come back. I was in the car lot, and I had myself there, and then I'd had my daughter's mother there, and then she got pregnant. And then later on, I started, they told me you got to give it away to keep it. So I went down and found Alan. He was on a park bench in Pioneer Square, and I brought him up to the car lot. And that's when Al said, hey, get out, you and all your, but she'd come back, and she could see that something had changed in me. I mean, she just walked in, and she immediately was like, wow, what happened in your fifth step? And I didn't even know how to put it into words, really. But, for the people that haven't done it or people haven't done it, it's experience not to be missed. And I hope you'll all find somebody like that to read inventory to, somebody that is truly living a spiritual way of life, that is kind and loving enough to show you kindness and love when you need it, and is not afraid to turn the mirror and say, did you see that? Did you see what you're looking at? And ask those kinds of questions. And it's just the type of sponsorship that I come from. I don't come from a type of sponsorship where we just read an inventory to a wall kind of a thing, and then somebody says, well, yeah, I've done all those things too. Not that that's not a valid experience, because I think it is in a lot of cases. It gets by when this other deal's not available. But if you have, like you guys have here, you've got this solid lineage of sponsorship here available to you. Make use of it and get into a fifth step. And we have a guy that's from Chicago that's kind of back a few generations in our sponsorship lineage. And I hate to even use that word because it's really not true for me. My first sponsor was Al. He's the guy that saved my life in the car lot. Then I used a step sponsor, Jeffrey, for a while. His sponsor was a guy that was sponsored by this California guru, but his sponsor's not even in AA anymore. He's off doing the Scientology deal, and he's doing well, but he's not in AA anymore. The lineage kind of. But there's a guy in Chicago, and he really believes in the multiple fifth step deal, and it comes from and I asked him really about what the history of this multiple fifth step, and it really comes from this psychiatrist that he had studied at one time. And this psychiatrist had this belief that the more that we admit these things, the less power they have over us. And the more that we see that other people have these same troubles. So take your inventory to more than one person. And the book says that. It says we think about the person or persons whom we're going to take this intimate and confidential step with. So you can read to your sponsor, and then you can go to somebody who may be considered a spiritual advisor. Maybe you can go to, currently I read most of my inventory that I write now. I will read to the people that I have sponsored. You know, I've sponsored for long enough now where I have friends in the program more than me sponsoring them. And this is what the book describes. We'll talk about that more in steps 10, 11, and 12. But the book really describes it. That's what should be available to us, is that that we will be shown how to create this fellowship that we crave. It says, you know, if you live in a big city, it says near you, lying helplessly, dying hopelessly, are the future friends of Alcoholics Anonymous, the future members of Alcoholics Anonymous. And then it says something really spectacular. Among them you will make lifelong friends. These people, I might not meet the lifelong friends here at this retreat. They might be lying out there drunk, dying hopelessly. Among them, I'll make lifelong friends. I've got an answer for those people. I can reach my hand out to a still suffering alcoholic, and I've had this experience over and over again where the book really describes it. There's three ways they describe these people that we're going to meet. The first one that they use is the book calls them a prospect. And I've always liked that. Oh yeah, I got a prospect. You know, in the biker culture, if they kind of identify a guy they think might be able to keep his mouth shut and kind of toe the line, they'll say, oh, this guy's a prospect. Yeah, we're prospecting this guy right now. He's not really a member yet. He's not even been asked to join yet, but he's a prospect. And AA uses that word in the big book, this idea of a prospect. That we look around, this guy's, and I've had that experience. I'll see that face of hopelessness, kind of make an approach, talk to a guy a little bit. The next week, oh yeah, how you doing? Yeah. How's that going with your whatever it was? And talk to him for a little bit. And next thing you know, we're talking about doing step work. Well, yeah, maybe you come over to my house sometime. And you know, there's a prospect deal going on. And then the next thing they say, they say that it's they say, well, you and your protege. And a protege is a guy that we're taking through the steps, and he wants what we have. And there's nothing wrong with having proteges. You know, I like to consider myself a protege for a number of people that I've met through the years in the program, and I'm quite honored to be considered, you know, that in their lives, that these are people that have agreed to mentor me in the program, that I can call at any time and let them know what I'm doing. And so it says these protege. And a protege is a guy, I'm taking this guy through the steps, or this girl through the steps, and they kind of want what I have. We're going through the steps, and they're the protege. And then they wrap it up and they say that you and your friend. And that's where we should be getting with people that we sponsor. You and your friend will commence a common journey, shoulder to shoulder. That means that we're doing something together. And this is really what I told you. I've got that AA number 3. The picture of the man in the bed is up on the wall in the room where I work with people. And I love that picture because it represents something to me. It represents that you and your friend. That this is the idea that I am going to help somebody else get sober. And then the two of us are kind of equal, and we're going to go out and get AA number 3. So I tell people that now. When people move away, I've had a lot of people that got sober around the Seattle area, and we've got really good sobriety, really good meetings there, really good foundation for working the steps for people. And then they might go to some other part of the country where they don't feel they have that good, and they're like, boy, I don't know what I'm going to do down there. And I tell them, look for AA number 3. You got to get AA number 2 first, but that's not what this is about. Let's get AA number 2 in place. But the idea is let's be looking for AA number 3. That's what that man in the bed picture is about. That picture is a painting of Bill W. and Dr. Bob at the bed of AA number 3, Bill D. Bill Dobson. There we go. You know, these guys at the bed of this guy that was going to become the third guy to get sober in Alcoholics Anonymous. And so these guys were friends, and look what they were able to do. They weren't. You know, I've really come to believe in that I have. So I read a lot of my inventory when I get down and I write inventory. I will read it to my friends in AA as much as I'll read it to my current sponsor. You know, I have a lot of people in my life now that I'm not afraid to, and they know everything about me. There's nothing about me that I hide from them. There's nothing about me that, And I need that. I need that ability to have that group of people in my life that does know everything about me, that I do this, the inventories with and the 10 steps with. And so I think we're getting close. It's 1:45. I think the idea is that we're going to take a little bit of a break and we're going to come back around 1:30. So before we do that, is there any questions and comments that people have? I do have this microphone here if people want to ask questions or make comments. We've covered an awful lot this morning. We've kind of come from step 2 all the way up through 6 and 7. We come back, we're going to look at steps 8, 9, and get into some really great stuff with 10, 11, and 12 as well. So does anybody have any questions or comments? And I'd be glad to reach back and grab the microphone if there is. So just raise your hand and I'll... Yeah. I think it's... I'm sorry that made so much noise, but I think it's better for the burner back here.
The burner.
If you use that mic.
I'm
Sorry.
Erica. I'm alcoholic.
Hi.
Okay, so the question I have is about writing inventory, and when it's not based on someone is wrong because of, or I'm angry at someone because of, but there's like a dark, cranny sort of feeling like something happened at some point. I'm not resentful about it. I'm not angry about it, but I'm pretty sure there's an amends there somewhere.
Uh-huh.
So how to
This is like about a particular person?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you put them on an 8-step list and look at what is it that you owe an amends for. And that's a good question. Just because we don't have to start with a resentment. I mean, I owe amends to people that I don't have any resentment for. I know that I need to see this person, but I don't necessarily have an amends. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but you talked about that dark feeling like something's wrong, that you need to talk to that person. Is that the...
Yeah, I mean, the question is for myself, for my own amends, and it's also for leading a sponsee through inventory. Like they're asking, what do I do with that stuff? And I don't know.
Well, you put it on an 8-step list for certain. I mean, that's what we do with people that we owe amends to. And we'll talk about that more later, but, we get a lot of names off our 4-step inventory, and some of the discussions that we had in 5 help us to, the book actually says we have this list of these people. We made it when we took inventory. But there's a lot of people that are not on, and the book tells us that there may not be a resentment in connection with these people that go on our 8-step list. Yeah? Yeah, please, Tom. We'll just have people step up there. So.
I told Juanita I wouldn't do this. Yeah, did I really? I'll have to make amends to the group again. Tom, an alcoholic. In the spirit of that line in the 8-step, we had our list. We made it when we took inventory. What some of us do is we keep an extra page when we're writing inventory called harms list. And the idea is that I'm stirring this pot as I'm writing inventory, this psychic pot, and a lot of stuff's going to float to the surface. And if a random, person floats to the surface, I don't have sex, conduct, fear, or resentment necessarily, but I go, oh my God, I did this to them. Then I put them on that list as I'm writing inventory, and it kind of takes them out of it kind of quiets that stuff so I can go on with my inventory. And then I have that to use when I get to the 8th-step. And that's been really helpful for a lot of people, the harms list that you do as you're writing inventory. Oh.
I'm an alcoholic. My name's Adam.
Hey, Adam.
And in relation to the sex part of our inventory, I've heard it said that, you list people that you've had sex with, all the way to, everybody that you've ever flirted with, used my, sexual powers, God-given sexual powers in relationship to, and what's your impression of that? It seems like it's one extreme to the other. Yeah,
well, I'm glad you asked that question. I should have maybe clarified that a little better. I have a microphone, so you can just turn that off until somebody's ready. But the answer to your question is, as sponsors, we have to be aware and careful of this, because there are people that have a very short sexual inventory, and there are people and that where sexual addiction is concerned and that kind of thing. There's people that we've had to and I'm struggling here. I just want to make sure I'm not sharing any intimate details of anybody's inventory or anything. But there are people amongst us in Alcoholics Anonymous who have suffered, years of sexual addiction. And I said, like for me, I had to go and do some sexual therapy. And I'm so happy I admit that, because every time I talk about that, people come to me and say, well, what was the deal? And man, I have people come out of the woodwork to talk to me about this kind of stuff. And it was a good thing for me, because I was able to really see that I used sex in that way. I'm not a sex addict, but I sure was a potential sex addict, because I used it as a way to nurture myself. And as a young child, I'd learned how to use sex as a way to nurture myself. It was one of the only ways I knew, I was choking myself and doing drugs and sniffing glue and stuff, but this sex deal was just another way to try to make myself feel good. And when I brought that out into my adult life, it created a huge havoc. And there's people that carry that sexual addiction to the serious extremes, and we will sponsor people like that. And so for some people I've sponsored, I've just had to say, okay, let's just say the prostitutes in San Francisco, and write one piece of inventory on that. And let's say the prostitutes in this area. And I've sponsored people that belong to sexual clubs where they would, join these associations where it was just kind of, where they maybe had hundreds or thousands of sexual partners. And we have to be aware of this when we're sponsoring people. You cannot let the inventory turn into a document that can't ever be finished. You can't ever do that. Somebody remind me, I want to tell a story, but it'll take about 5 minutes. I don't think we have time now, but somebody remind me to tell you about Patrick's inventory, and I share this with his permission, and he and I, he knows that I share this, and he actually thanks me for it. He likes it that I share stories about our early sobriety, because it's just a genuinely good thing for both of us to remember. So, but he was a guy that wrote. And I'll just tell you this. I won't take 5 minutes to tell the story, but I will just tell you, this is what we got to watch out for. And in sexual inventory, it's the same. Sometimes we need to categorize or try to find ways to get somebody. It's not the last inventory we're going to do. Just get somebody into 5. It does have to be thorough, but to list thousands and thousands and thousands of names. And Patrick actually wrote on around 3,000 resentments. Yeah, 3,000 resentments. And the sad thing about that was I didn't know any better, and he wasn't in touch with anybody. He was living down there. It was mental illness, and he sat down in that apartment and he wrote tablet after tablet after tablet after tablet, and he couldn't stop. And no one was down there to put controls on that. I tell people, if you get to around 100, 120 names, you better call me, and we're going to see if maybe there's some repetition, because instead of writing on politicians, he went all the way back to Eisenhower and went forward, and I mean, that's the truth. That's the truth. Pages and pages and pages. He was a Vietnam era guy, and pages and pages and pages on Nixon alone, and so, but he wrote on this, and here's the neat part of this story. Why it takes a couple minutes to tell is that Patrick asked me to hear his inventory. And it was the first guy that I'd ever heard inventory with. This guy comes, and he'd left his window open one night, and he had his inventory, like all these bundles of inventory stacked up, and the rain came, and it rained on his inventory. All these thoughts, and we just made a scratch in it, and I didn't know what to do with it, and so I called Jeffrey, and I said, what are we going to do? Patrick's in a bad way here. I told him, well, we don't need to read all of it. Oh, yeah, I said, it was like he had a lot of power in that. And, and Jeffrey, he was this very intuitive guy, still is, just a really amazing guy. And he said, well, tell Patrick to call me. I'd sat with Patrick for 2 days, and I didn't, we weren't getting anywhere. We were just reading and reading and reading, and hadn't even got through the first couple of notebooks. And so I sent him to Jeffrey, and Jeffrey told Patrick, I will sit with you, and we'll meet a couple times a week, and we'll read inventory. And Jeffrey had the understanding to just sit there and listen. And Patrick read and read and read and read week after week after week after week. He came over and read. And finally one day that deal cracked. And Patrick said, I can't do it anymore. I cannot sit here and just read this crap anymore. And thank God for that. That guy was able to emerge from that mental illness, really was what it was. He had just kind of spiraled into this obsessive disorder that caused him to have this need to just read, and he just and Jeffrey, the two of them tell the story now, and Patrick said, I got to a place where I just couldn't do it anymore. And I just told Jeffrey, I can't read anymore. I can't do it. I cannot do this. And Jeffrey said, you read. You read every word of that. You know, I have sat here and you've wasted my time week after week after week. I've sat here, and now you're going to see how it feels, dude. And he said, you're going to read that inventory. And Jeffrey sat with that guy until he read every piece of that deal. And he emerged from that deal. And I'll just, if I think about it, let's ask the next question, and then I'll read you a little note I got from Patrick a few years ago.
Nick, alcoholic.
Nick.
This is going back to last night, but I wanted to ask the question because I didn't understand, but I just remembered it today, right? Like a few minutes ago. So what did you mean when you said before you sit down with a guy, you become anonymous? I didn't quite understand that.
Oh, what I meant by that is it's the spirit of anonymity, which means that God works through us. It means that this spiritual experience that I've had as a result of the steps was not meant for me. I've really come to believe that I'm anonymous in this process I'm doing here. And I hope everybody gets that this isn't about Kenny D coming down from Seattle. You know, there's a bigger picture of what's going on. I don't exactly know what that is, but I can give you the microcosm of it. And the microcosm of it is that my spiritual experience is more important to my daughter than it is to me. I can clearly see that. You know, I'm anonymous in this deal that's happened to me. It's not about me. One of our mentors, you know, was really fond of saying, Kenny, don't put your thumbprint on this deal. It doesn't belong to you. You know, don't come up with a step guide on how to work the steps and put your name on it. It's okay to give people instructions, but let's not put your name on it. You know, let's be it's the spirit of anonymity, and that's what I meant. When I'm working with a newcomer, I will say that prayer that I said maybe before I even open this, that, you know, that God, you know, please be our guide here. Guide my thoughts, my actions, and especially our words as we go through this 12-step process, that God is the guide here. I'm just the vehicle. So that's what I meant by that. This is a note I got from Patrick a few years ago. And Patrick's had his struggles, but and he's currently going through some struggles. We could keep him in our prayers. But, you know, this was a guy that came off the skids, this guy with all these resentments that was down there just suffering from mental illness. And this is, every time I look at this, it does the same thing to me. So people don't usually worry. My home group members know this about me. They don't worry about me. They just tell people, oh, he'll recover. He'll be okay here in a second. Just hang on. This is from Illinois State University. And this little note came in the mail a few years ago. It says, thanks for everything over the years, Pat W. And it says, the faculty, staff, and graduating class of Illinois State University announced that Patrick Welsh is a candidate for the degree of Master of Science in Political Science, with a concentration in applied community and economic development at the commitments exercise Saturday, December 15th, 2001 at 9 o'clock. Isn't that amazing? That this would be from that story that I just told you? Yeah. These are these transformations that we have here in AA. You know, you don't want to miss this. That's what they say about the 12-step work. You don't want to miss this. You get to see these people completely transformed. Completely transformed. You know, this guy that got a master's degree in political science from Illinois State University is not the same Patrick that was down in the basement writing that inventory month after month and you know, week after week, month after month. You know, this is a guy who's been reborn here in AA and has got this new life today. And, you know, he's got this applied community and economic development, and so he's currently back and forth to Iraq trying to help to kind of put Humpty Dumpty back together again and use some of the stuff that he's been taught for, you know, this redevelopment and stuff is kind of his specialty. And so that's what he's doing now. So with that, unless there's any other questions, I think it is about noon and time to break for lunch. So we will reconvene at 1:30. Is that correct? Does that sound like gives us an hour and a half to eat lunch and kind of get some exercise? And when we come back, we'll talk about kind of how many more sessions we want to do between then and dinner, and then what we want to do after dinner. We'll talk about that a little bit before we start the next section and start the tape roll, and we'll have a little group conscience here. So thank you, everybody.
You're welcome.
I think my mic is on, huh? Is that working? Okay, welcome back, everybody. We got the thumbs up from our burner there, so welcome back. We will go ahead and do about just a quick 1 or 2 minute silent meditation to kind of bring the group back together. If people continue to join us through the evening, we will just continue to make the circle larger. So if anybody's outside the circle wants to come in the circle, that's great. And if you're not, if you're more comfortable in the back, that's all right too. But yeah. So okay, so we actually have plenty of empty chairs, so if somebody wants to move in, they can. There's one here, there's a couple here. So we will go ahead and I will ring the meditation chime, and that will remind us that we're coming back into session as a group, and we'll do a minute or two meditation. I'll bring us out of that with a prayer. Heavenly Father, Mother, and Child, Lord of the happy, joyous, and free, we thank you for your presence here with us this weekend, and we'd ask for your continued guidance as we go forward from here in this retreat here at the Glorietta Conference Center. We'd ask that you would be our guide here, that you would guide our thoughts and our actions, and especially our words, that you would fill us with your love and allow that love to overflow to the many people in need, and that will be in our lives. Amen. So we are on the ninth step. I think we'll kind of start making this transition to 8 or 9. Yeah, Tony.
We didn't talk about 6 and 7, though.
No, we will. Do you want to talk about 6 and 7 for a minute? Yeah. We did. I shared a little bit of my experience in 6 and 7. That if you looked at 6 and 7, and thanks for reminding me. I think maybe we'll cover that just real quickly here. But if you look at 6 and 7 in the big book, it's really a couple of paragraphs, and it's really there's times in the book where they give us the at once and we launched and now there's action and more action, where they really give us these kind of keep moving signals. And 6 and 7 is one of the things where they give us a signal where it's kind of a when ready deal. And 6 and 7 can be like the experience that I described right after that first fifth step, where I was just completely humbled, and I just, God, please, I cannot live another day like this. And 6 and 7, and I've had instructions, and I won't get into too much of that, but I've had instructions further on into my sobriety where people wanted me to sit with some certain ideas and really make certain that I was really ready to let go of this financial issue, or really ready to let God enter into my life in this area, or that I was, some of the kind of the further layers of peeling the onion, if you will, that I've had some of that time where I've really needed to sit in 6 and 7 before it actually came to me. The when ready was maybe a week or two after I'd done 5. But in the 7th step prayer, there's it's the things that asking God to remove those things that stand in the way of my usefulness to you and my fellows, and that's been such a useful thing for me to see for myself and also for other people, because it doesn't mean that God's going to come in and remove all of those things. God is going to come in and remove all those things that are blocking me from my usefulness to God and my fellows, and that doesn't mean everything. That I'm quite an imperfect person, and it's some of those. There are some of those attributes and things that some people may see as shortcomings. Maybe those are the very same things that some of the people I sponsor really love about me. Sometimes I don't focus and pay attention, and they'll be talking about something, and then I'll come off the wall with some idea that's totally out of left field, and they'll kind of laugh. Oh, there he goes again. He's off on some tangent or something. So I have these kinds of things, but God is the one that determines that. When I say it's been useful to me myself, as well as other people, if I, there was a time in my sobriety where I was dropping the F-bomb right and left in meetings. It was just part of my vernacular, and I would just use it. People would get offended by it and stuff. I was sponsoring people successfully during that time, and when I was first in the program, I was attracted to people that kind of had this rugged edge, and they were real hardcore and stuff. God made those people useful, and God made me useful, and it's just something that kind of just went away without a lot of effort on my part. It just isn't a part of who I am anymore. I just don't use that kind of language. And it wasn't a big effort on my part. I really prayed for that to go away, and I prayed for it, but it just kept coming out. And now in meetings, when I hear people using that kind of stuff, I can just think, well, that person's not talking to me. And it'd be pretty selfish of me to sit around and think that everybody that speaks in the AA meeting should be talking directly to me and saying something that I agree and like. And so I can look around and say, well, that person's probably being useful to somebody else, and maybe some new guy that wouldn't be attracted to me will go up and ask this guy to sponsor him. And that I think that it's a really nice way to look at 6 and 7. Is it's the ability, it's asking for me to put this stuff in God's hands and not my hands, and God will remove this stuff to the degree that He finds that it's blocking me from my usefulness to others. So I don't know if that helps a little bit. It's hard for me to talk a long time on 6 and 7. There is quite a long dissertation on 6 and 7 in the 12 and 12, and it's very beautiful stuff. And I would encourage everybody to read it, because we do look at like 1-2 paragraphs in the big book on 6 and 7 versus 2 chapters in the 12 and 12. And they there is some expanded ideas that we can get out of this. But that's the core for me. 6 is to be done immediately following 7, and 6 is to be immediately done following 5, and 7 is to be done when we've really looked at 6 and we're completely ready to say, God, I don't know what's going to happen with these character defects, but as far as they're standing in the way of my usefulness to you, I'd ask that you'd remove them. And you say a prayer, and then once you've said that prayer, then it says that now we need action and more action. So now we're looking at step 8 and 9. They don't give us a lot of time to really reflect, and I kind of like that. It's something that we should do. Some people do that with their sponsors. When I do it with people, I do the 5th step. When I'm done with doing a 5th step, I give those people instructions for the hour after, for going back and looking at all those cornerstones in the books, and going back and doing that review step, that hour of review. And then I ask them on their own to do 6 and 7, and I tell them to call me when they're done. And then we will talk about what that experience was like for them, what kind of things they happen in 6 and 7. And then we immediately start getting them to write their 8-step list. So I did have some other things, and it's not. We are gonna talk about steps 8 and 9, but I had I've had some questions and some things that I thought about. I was talking with Karen and Juanita at lunch up here, and Karen said something that made me have a thought. And you know, I talked about one of these guys who has been a mentor to me that was, you know, I heard somebody describe him one time. They introduced him to the podium, and they said, you know, I want to introduce one of AA's great sponsors. And I really believe that guy was that. Sponsored a couple people, I think, here in this room, maybe even. And he's gone now. But one of the other great AA sponsors that a lot of people know is Chuck C. You know, he's another guy that was described in the same way. People really believe him to be one of the really great AA sponsors. He sponsored a lot of people. He traveled all over the country for years and years and years. He's been gone, I think he's been gone maybe my entire sobriety. Is that right? 84. I got sober in 89, so he was definitely gone 5 years before I got sober. But he left behind, you know, a great lineage of people, and people still out there doing great work. And you know, one of the things that he said in this conversation reminded me about that. They taped one of these retreats that he did, and he used to call it, and I actually don't think he actually ever really liked it. I think I remember reading that about him. He didn't like that people referred to it that way. But they would call it, you know, that he would have church. You know, they would say, oh yeah, Chuck C's coming to town, and we're going to have church, which meant that Chuck C would come, and they would get a group of people would always come, and they would just ask him questions and answers. And but he did one of these retreats that was taped, and then they turned it into a book called A New Pair of Glasses. They took the recordings and put it in a book form, and it's called A New Pair of Glasses. And if you have never read it, you really owe it to yourself. It was just an amazing retreat, and it kind of came out of a conversation. They said, Chuck, with all the work that you've ever done in AA, what was really kind of the top thing that you really remember, where you really felt like your message was right on? And they said he didn't even pause. He said, well, it was that men's retreat that I did at that location, and they got the tapes and they turned it into a book to kind of get the essence of Chuck C a little bit. But in that New Pair of Glasses, you know, he talks about that he was living in that same house, sitting in that same chair, had to make that same, that driving that long commute, driving that same car, been married to that same woman every day. He was doing that, and he just felt like he was in hell. He just felt like he was in hell. Just this monotonous thing is driving him crazy. And then he had this experience that we've been talking about here, working the steps. And he said after that I was married to that same woman. I was sitting in that same chair in that same house, making that same long commute, 2 hours each way to Los Angeles, working at that same company, and I felt like I was in heaven. And he says, you know, maybe heaven is just a new pair of glasses. And I just always love that deal, that nothing on the outside really needs to change for me to get better. And it was such good news that none of that inventory stuff, you know, all those people and none of that stuff had to change for me to get better. You know, all those other people could stay the same, and all the conditions can stay the same, that it never is the outside stuff. And it drives the people I sponsor nuts, because they'll come to me with this big problem about her, you know, she's really big problem. And I say, well, you know, it's not even remotely possible that this problem has anything to do with her. And it drives them nuts. Whoa, you know, I hate it when you keep saying that, you know. And but it's been my experience. You know, my experience is that it's not even remotely possible that the problem ever exists outside of myself. And it's great news for us here in AA, isn't it? That you know, the terms aren't outside of this spiritual experience. You know, this work that takes place within ourselves. The answer is never any further. You know, they say that, you know, like he is closer than hands and feet. It's the answer is just right there. And the other, I had a couple other comments and stuff, and this kind of goes to sponsorship. We will come back to the amends here in a minute, but a couple people have asked me, like, well, what do you do when somebody's doing this? Or somebody asked me, well, how many times do you let somebody not show up before, you know, what's the limit, you know, before you kind of have to cut them off? And I'm always a little uncomfortable with those kind of questions, because you know, there is no real answers to a lot of this stuff. And even in the spiritual life, there isn't, you know, it's the hard and fast, not the hard and fast, but just these hard one-line answers, you know. They don't sometimes really fit the bill very well when you're actually doing the work in the spiritual life. And a lot of what we'll talk about the rest of this week, and we'll get through 8 and 9, we'll talk about, the 10th and 11th step is really about inspiration, and it's about intuitive thought. This guy that I was talking about that is one of the A's, great sponsors, not Chuck C, but Don. The thing that I noticed about this guy was he probably is the most intuitive person I ever met. You know what I mean? That guy could pick the face of hopelessness out of a huge crowd, and he found me that way. At the World Convention in Seattle, he and I had a chance to talk and kept running into each other. He just was an intuitive guy that would just intuitively know, okay, well, what's going on? And he just had this deal. This work kind of prepares us in that direction, this intuitive thought. So the real hardline answers sometimes don't fit really well. Like when somebody comes to me, and I was really stuck, this, and I'm sure they use this out in New Mexico as well. It's found this out here, but this idea, 90 meetings in 90 days, 90 meetings, 90 days. Well, that's great. If somebody comes to me and they don't have a job, and they're drawing unemployment, they're not even thinking about looking for a job, they just need to kind of get better, I'm going to tell them to go to an A meeting every day until I tell you to stop. I just want you in meetings every day, all day long, if you can. Just kind of hang out. To go to lots and lots and lots of meetings. And that's the right answer for that guy. But if a woman comes to me, and she's a single woman, or a single guy, with 1 or 2 or 3 kids, do you see what I'm talking about? It's a cruel message. 90 meetings in 90 days. It's got to be, we got to be intuitive. And the big book tells us to find out all you can about the person, because you'll be better able to put yourself in their shoes to see how you would like to be treated if you were in that place. It takes intuitive thought, the inspiration when you're working with these people. So, and I have had that circumstance, the single parent with kids. And what I tell them is well, you come to my house once a week and you bring your kids, and we'll make them dinner. My wife and my daughter will watch your kids while you and I do the work, and I'll work it out with my wife. And I'll tell them, and then you come to the 1 meeting a week at my home group. And at my home group, we have daycare. So when you come to my home group, you bring your kids, and we'll watch your kids for you. And we hire professional daycare people. People that know how to handle kids, and we know the kids are going to be safe. And so you come to the 1 meeting a week. You bring your kids to my house once a week. And the rest of the week, if you can arrange a babysitter or something and get to a couple other meetings, that's great. But let's just do that for now. We'll talk on the phone a few times, and we'll get you started on some step work. That's exactly the opposite message I gave the other guy. But the circumstances were different. And it's the same thing with how many times will I let a guy miss an appointment before I cut him off. Well, I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a set... it's not like a 3 strikes you're out rule at my house. Joe came up with an excuse letter, so he's okay. Probably paid Brendan to write. Yeah. And so, we have to be intuitive on this stuff, and there isn't the right answer. And that goes even a little deeper in the spiritual life. There was a guy one time that I was reading a lot of, and what he used to say is in the spiritual life, the I don't know is a lot of times the right answer. He says when you arrive at the I don't know, a lot of times you're already home, he says. And there's so many things going on in the spiritual world that I don't have answers for. And he said sometimes the I don't know is better than this extreme effort to find the answers that when we do find them, they're only partially satisfying. And I think you all know what I'm talking about. We find these answers sometimes in the spiritual life for why does this happen, or why does that happen, or why is there, why if there's a God does this stuff take place, and all of these kinds of things. Well, sometimes the I don't know is you're already home, because the answers to some of those kind of questions, in my experience, in the end, my own experiences, they've only been partially satisfying anyways. So I have a little dog at home. It's a half Chihuahua, half toy rat terrier, little fella. And I look at that dog and I think, well, its capabilities are kind of limited in a lot of respects. So, I mean, that dog, and it's actually, it's my wife's dog. I got to correct that. But she spent so much time with that dog. That dog can do all kinds of tricks. I mean, it's really a tricky little dog. It can do, it does the, it plays dead. It does the sit down. I mean, it fetches stuff. It does she's got it doing these agility training courses where it does the weaves and the jumps and goes through hoops and stuff, all kinds of things. And, it's a great little dog, but I'm never going to teach that dog to fix my computer. Its capacity to do certain things are limited. And I've kind of got to a thought place where I think it'd be kind of rather arrogant of myself to think that maybe I'm not limited in some fashion myself. That if I could get my mind wrapped around God, I wouldn't really need God, would I? I would kind of be this person that just has all the answers myself. So I just kind of put that out because a lot of questions that people ask, they're really, maybe there's not a really direct answer. It's more about, well, what are you inspired to do? What's your intuition tell you? Those are the kind of directions that I think are more helpful in these situations. Or we could just share our experience that, hey, heading down that road is a big waste of time. I've already done it. Don't worry about it. Let's worry about this other deal instead. So I had a couple of those thoughts on my mind. I just wanted to throw them out there. Steps 8 and 9. The step 8 is to make the list of all of the people that we've harmed and became willing to make amends to them all. I think probably a lot of people from this group, I'm guessing, have kind of learned how to put make their list and then put the names on 3x5 cards. And I really like that method. I really have found that that's very helpful because if I'm having trouble finding somebody, it gives me a place to make all my notes and phone numbers, and it gives me a chance to kind of go have one name in front of me and go over my card. I just write things out on a 3x5 card. It's very simple. And part of my 3x5 cards are pluses and minuses. And when I start, I've got some people that there's absolutely no way I'm willing to go to. And eventually I'll get to a place where I have pluses on all my cards. I'm willing to go to all of those. And a lot of those are kind of getting into the spirit of amends. I get to a place where I do a few amends and I see that there's really nothing to be afraid of here, that I'm actually in a position where I'm being spiritually enlightened through going in this process of making amends. And I'm willing to go. Then I start saying, yeah, I'm definitely willing to do that. And when my cards get to be all pluses, then I can really honestly say I'm in step 9. And the big book tells us that we commence this new way of life, talking about 10, 11, and 12, as we clean up the wreckage of the past. So once you're in amends, and you really are in this place where you don't have any amends that you're not willing to do, it's the time to start 10, 11, and 12. And I'll share a few amends experiences, and I think it'd be nice that, I'm going to stick to just my own experience in amends. One of the greatest things for me about amends, and it was more powerful to me than anything the book had to say about amends, is that I heard these amends stories from people in our groups, and there was, these guys that were going up and knocking on the doors of houses they'd burglarize. I just couldn't believe that anybody would do that. And actually, when I was very first sober, and one of the things that really kind of woke me up to the fact that there was a different kind of AA program than the one that I was working, was and I mean that with all sincerity. It is funny now, but I really believed that the AA program I was working was the AA program, which meant, go to lots and lots and lots of meetings and try not to drink no matter what, and kind of share about your day and the problems that you were having in your life, and that was kind of AA, and the steps off the wall thing. Well, yeah, I think I've done that, and no, I'll never do that one, and that was I thought that was kind of how AA worked, kind of a one step a year deal or something. Don't get too carried away here, and I was in early sobriety. I was working down at that car lot. Al was giving me the $5 an hour down there, and of course I didn't want to spend that $5 on myself for food and stuff, because I might need to show off to one of the girls at the club or something, buy them a latte. Oh, let me get that for you or something with my $15 that I had for the day. I was going to be buying try to play the big shot and buy somebody a coffee or something. So instead of buying my cigarettes, I would steal my cigarettes. And I really did. I looked at it back in those days as kind of a matter of intelligence. Like, why pay? These people are really stupid. Why would you pay for something that you can so easily boost at the store? And I thought that about everything. I thought, why would anybody buy a color television set at the store? I just couldn't figure that out because, you could go downtown and get them for like $15. You just tell them what you want, and you come back the next day, and they got your RCA, and $15, $20, and you got a new TV, and that's the way I came into the program, with that kind of a mindset, that I looked down on other people that really that were living a normal way of life, and so I was boosting cigarettes, and this guy named Jimmy Rector, who was part of that first workshop that I talked about, he was coming into the meetings, and he was sponsored by a guy in our area who was a priest that sponsored people, but he was a heavy-duty, big book guy. And Jimmy was sponsored by this priest, and I knew that he had some pretty heavy-duty sponsorship. But Jimmy was coming into the meetings and saying, and this was when you could smoke in AA, and I was smoking away these stolen cigarettes, and Jimmy was coming in and saying, I just made 6 more amends today to stores where I shoplifted from. And God would make me so dang nervous I have to light one, stole a cigarette right off the other one. I'd just be like, holy cow, man. It really freaked me out because here I'm stealing, and this guy's talking about making amends to these stores that he used to shoplift from. And it made me very uncomfortable. I wish he wouldn't. I just kind of was hoping, but it really woke me up too. It really was part of that decision of I am going to go down to that workshop these guys are talking about. I'm going to go down there because it woke me up to the fact that, man, this guy's AA program is way different than the kind of AA program I'm working. This is, and I saw him, I could see the lights coming on, and he was one of those guys, and you hear the story around, he was one of those guys that had the experience of drinking at a young age and being just a downright dirty drunk right from the start. He was a young kid, got sober when he was young, and he's still sober today. But he was like, he took a drink, and at 15 he was living in the dumpsters. He was that kind of a guy. Just went quickly as a young person, got into AA, and he needed that full deal. The terms for that guy were the same as they are for me, and he made his amends, and kind of got me going on that deal. Some of those amends stories that we share around the program are so important that we share this stuff with people, and it's one of those encouraging things that kind of took the fear out of the amends a little bit for me, and I have done all those things. I made that amends to my mom for all that crap that I did, and the thing that came to me, and I worked with a sponsor, and I would suggest that anybody that's making amends work with a sponsor so that you don't go make amends to the ex-girlfriend with ulterior motives first. That's not the one that, oh yeah, I think I'll go to her first. But I got a chance to go to my mom and sit and talk with my mom. And, I'd stolen, I'd done all kinds of things, took the money out of her purse, all these kind of things. And my sponsor said, Kenny, you can bring that up, but that's not what she's concerned about. You took this right for her to be a mother away. And you need to let her know that, that you want her to be a mother. And you need to let her know. And I did too, and I saw, and we talked about this at lunch a little bit too. My mother carried this huge amount of pain about the kind of mother she'd been. And I saw that get healed during that amends when I told her that, I remember when you used to play guitar to us every night. I told her remember the Christmas tree. I remember, and man, she just bawled. She just said, I didn't think you remembered that stuff. I didn't think, I just thought you hated me. I didn't think you remembered any of that stuff. And it was just, one of those intuitive thoughts that my sponsor had. That no, I don't think you want to talk too much about stealing all those tools out of her garage and all that. She knows that you did that. She knows that you took that money out of her purse. She wants to hear that you remember all the good things. That's what's really going to make a difference for her. Tell her that you remember that she was a good mom. That made a huge difference. I got a chance to make amends to my sister. My sister had not known how far downhill I had gone, and I hadn't really lived. This sister was 8 years younger than I was. Is 8 years younger than I am, I should say. 8 years younger than I was. She's 8 years younger than I am, and and so I never really lived with her. I mean, I was out of the house, and she, my mom got sober when I was like 13, she was 5. And so she kind of had a much different upbringing. My stepfather was out of the house at this time and gone. So it was just her and my mom. And she had a little different upbringing. But she called me. My mom had moved to Vancouver, Washington. I was still in Seattle. She got accepted to Cornish, which is an art institute in Seattle. And she wanted to come up to go to school at Cornish. And she called me, and her older brother that lived in Seattle. And she really didn't know fully what was going on. She knew I partied a lot, but she didn't fully know what was going on in my life. And she asked if she could come up and live with me and go to Cornish. She didn't have enough money to rent an apartment. And I was on the spot a little bit. Well, yeah, I said, come on up. I'll help you out. And she came up, and the scene was just this horrid scene in my house. And somehow, even sober all that time, I really believed that my sister didn't fully understand what was going on in the house, because I told all my friends, hey, let's kind of keep things on the down low here a little bit. It's okay to drink or smoke a little pot or something, but hard drug, we'll take that to the back of the house. So, and I thought that was working. Like, she doesn't know what's going on. She's just coming and going to school and stuff, and she doesn't really realize what's going on in the house. But the house completely fell apart. I had a couple roommates, and the house completely fell apart. My sister was forced to move in with this boyfriend that she barely knew, but she had to pack her bags and go somewhere, and she was enrolled in school, and this guy was abusive, and it was just a bad situation. So I was making amends for that. And I was taught in amends that we always, that we say our part, and then a big part of the amends is the listening. That I ask some questions, and I do a lot of listening in amends. And I ask, did I leave anything out? I ask, what is it that I can do? I ask, did I leave anything out? I ask, do you need to tell me how this affected you? And I ask, what is it that I can do to make it right? And then I do those things. And those questions, I asked these people, and I asked my sister, did I leave anything out? And do you need to tell me how this affected you? And she said, well, yeah. She said, during that time that I was so upset emotionally at what was happening to you that I couldn't eat? And she said, do you know that I was in the bathroom throwing up because my guts were just wrenched? And she said, I would go in at night, all night long, I would come into your bedroom and check to see if there was still a pulse, to see if you were still alive. She said, I thought I was going to have to call Mom and tell her that I'd found my brother dead. And I had no idea. I had no idea up to that point that had ever happened. I kind of remembered that I had, that the house thing hadn't worked out very well. I had a lot of amends that were like that. These things, I told you about the Friday night, I told you about falling asleep with cigarettes was kind of a problem that I had. And I made an amends to this girl, and I said, is there anything, am I leaving anything out? And she said, well, yeah, you fell asleep with a cigarette and burned my bed up, You owe me a bed. And I still haven't had a chance to buy her a bed, but she knows that I will someday. She actually said, well, that bed didn't belong to me. It belonged to my sister, and I got a hold of her sister and offered to buy her a bed. And she said, well, someday maybe, but you don't owe me anything for now. And so I stand ready if they ever need a bed, either one of them, that I will be willing to buy a bed. But I made an amends. But that same girl that I made that amends to was one of them, and there's about 5 of them now that are in the program, was one of the people that I made amends to. And when I got to the what is it that I can do to make it right, they said, well, you can tell me what in the hell are you doing that's changed you like this? Because I was a different person. They want to know, how did you stop drinking? How did you stop drinking? What are you doing? And there's like 5 of these people now that are a couple of them members of my home group, people that I went to do amends, people that were drinking and drugging, people that were kind of running partners and stuff. I had a guy that, on my little resentment list, it was Yogi. He left me for dead. Remember I told that story about that guy that would come by? His job was to come by in the mornings to the hotel room and knock on the door and see if I was still alive. He would knock, and then I would come to the door, and he would say, hey, just checking, I'm on my way to work. I just was worried about you. I'm just checking to see if you're doing all right. Oh, yeah, man, I'm cool. Thanks for coming by. And but he and I, we do a lot of damage to people. And he was a good friend for many years, and I actually kind of found the hard drugs, and I kind of told him, oh, this is you're not going to believe how cool this is. Come with me, man. I'm going places. Come hang out with me for a while. And he did, and it destroyed his life. And we were doing some deals up in Seattle, and I got really, really, really sick in this hotel room. And he took the rest of the money that we had left, which wasn't much. We were on our way downhill, and he had a huge habit at this time, and he took the rest of the money, and he split, and he went to California, and I didn't see him for several years. And I had kind of told people, if I ever see that guy, or I'm going to, we're going to, and I made a lot of threats. And this was like a guy who'd been a childhood friend. And when I got sober, I realized, the resentment was that I had, that he'd left me for dead in this hotel room. And the truth was that I had placed him in this position. That was the truth of it. I remembered it clearly, talking him into this whole deal, telling him, come with me, or we're going to make lots of money. This is going to be really cool. And it was just a total disaster. And I put him in that position, and I called and made that amends to that guy. And a couple days later, he called me back, and he said, I'm in real trouble down here. I'm in real trouble, and I need some help. And I was able to get on a plane, take time from work, get on a plane, fly down to Los Angeles on my own. And the great thing about that, and my sponsor helped me with that, he said, you go, well, don't I need to take somebody with me? No, you're safe and protected here, dude. You're all right. You go. And I went, it says that we can go to the most sordid places on earth if we're armed with this armed with the facts about ourselves, we're armed with this mess. We can go to the most sordid places on earth. And this was, I went down to Los Angeles. He was living in this crappy house. He had this girlfriend that was just a raging Al-Anon. And the whole time I'm trying to help this guy, she is literally, he's trying to kick on a couch, and he's shaking and, got the cold sweats, and his nose is running, and he's just in bad shape. And this girl is actually kicking him, like walking over and just wham, and just saying, I don't know why you're trying to help him. This guy, he's not going to ever amount to anything, and he's just a lousy bum. I don't know why I'm letting him stay here. And it really was this most sordid place on earth. And I put him in touch. I got down there. We did a few things. I got him in touch. We had dinner with Kevin C., whom some of you might know, and Joe, and got him hooked up with some of the meetings down there. And he still wasn't, he was still kind of chipping away when I left. And the whole time I was a little, I'd done some deeds with this guy, and I wasn't really comfortable like telling him, hey, by the way, I found God, and now it's all, I kind of, I just was telling him I found the solution. I wanted other people to kind of, but in the end, just before I flew out of Los Angeles, I told him, I said, here's the real deal, is that, I'm living this spiritual way of life, and I'm praying, and would you mind doing a prayer with me? And he was like, well, I guess it couldn't hurt. And be all right with me. And I had a rental car. I was just dropping him off. And I sat and held his hand, and we did a prayer in the car. And I left. That was my amends. And I left. And I got up to Seattle, and there was a message on my machine. And he said, man, I don't know what happened. But, after that prayer, I just was, I really think I'm done. And I'm going to call those guys. I'm going to do what I can. And I was at the San Diego World Convention with that guy. He's sober about 11, 12 years now. He's still sober today. All that stuff. And that was like that was born out of a resentment of a guy who left me for dead. Just one of those unforgivable things. Just terrible, unforgivable. Yeah.
What happened to Al-Anon?
They are still together, and she is still. I got to think about this. Is being burned onto a CD. So she's not currently attending Al-Anon, and I wish she would. Yeah, she could really benefit from that. And they are still together, and they have a child together, and so yeah. So I can tell you story after story after story like this of things that had happened. I'll tell you a story about my grandfather, when I was a young teenager and I was really in trouble, my grandfather kind of picked me up and said, hey, listen, come on down here. He was working for a company that owned some ships. Come on down, we'll put you to work. well, his kind of idea was, we pull you up by your bootstraps, we'll stick you on a boat going up to Alaska, and it'll straighten your ass out. And he was right. It actually worked, actually. I really did. I straightened it out. I kind of became a man a little bit. I learned how to work hard. And even though I was partying like crazy during those years, I actually kind of made something of myself. I actually got a house. That house that my sister came to stay at was a house that I'd gotten from this job. And I actually bought my first brand new car. But I lost all of that stuff eventually. And this family was a family business that my grandfather worked for, and he got me that job. And I went to, that family ended up putting me through treatment twice. I ended up stealing from that family. I ended up doing all of those kinds of things that we do. And I really, destroyed this guy's confidence. And he actually told my family that, after we had that Thanksgiving disaster, and he came to visit me. I was in a hospital, and I was trying to detox, and somehow he found out I was there. I called my mom or something, and then he came up to visit me, and he just came in and looked at me, and he just started crying. He said, "Oh my God, I didn't realize that you'd gone down this far," and he left, and he told my family, "We've just got to write him off. There's nothing more that we can do for this guy. We've done too much. Don't give him any money." And he just kind of wrote me off, and I'd really destroyed his confidence, and I was really trying my best to make the amends, and I made the amends to my grandmother. She accepted the approach. I made the approach, and I got the appointment set, and I went and I did the amends with my grandmother. My grandfather wouldn't see me. He was in the house, but he actually stayed in a little deal he called the den, where he would go into his den and stay there. And so my sponsor just says, "No, you keep going.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up, as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day. Welcome to Sober Sunrise, a podcast bringing you AA speaker meetings with stories of experience, strength, and hope from around the world. We bring you several new speakers weekly, so be sure to subscribe. Whether you join us in the morning or at night, there's nothing better than a sober sunrise. We hope that you enjoy today's speaker.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer and I'm an alcoholic. Ooh, give me a minute. My sobriety date's January 12th of 1992. I have a sponsor and I actively sponsor women. Should I say my home group? My home group's the Midtown group in Wilmington, North Carolina. I would not be sober today if it weren't for those three things. Had to get a sobriety date first. It's not a requirement for membership, but it does help, right? And my home group is a group of people. A lot of times I hear, at least in the United States, people say things like, "I have the best home group in the whole world." I do not say that. Sometimes I don't even like the people that are in that meeting. But those people save my life on a regular basis. And it's because I'm there every week. Day in, day out, they see me. And when I walk into that meeting and my eyes aren't right, they know. And they say, "Are you okay?" That's what I needed in my life. It gives me the opportunity to be of service by being active in a home group. And my sponsor is, she's been with me. We've been together a long time, and I've had a lot of different sponsors as well. And those women give of their time freely to me. I was a train wreck when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous. And they took time out of their lives when they could have been with their children, when they could have been doing other things. They took time to be with me. I have the privilege today of doing that with other women. Because I assure you, when my phone rings and I see it's one of them, I don't always want to answer the phone. I just don't. But the thing is I was taught in Alcoholics Anonymous, that's not an option. We don't screen our phone calls. And I can't tell you how many times women have come to me, some that I don't sponsor, and said, "You know what, I was suicidal and I'm so glad you answered your phone." So when we talk about our common welfare, I was taught in Alcoholics Anonymous by giants. Like, I feel blessed beyond measure. The people who came before me gave me the gift of Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'm super emotional tonight, which I'm usually not emotional. I'm not a crier, and I don't get emotional. But I'm in Norway right now. 30 years ago, if you told me I'd be in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous in Norway with a bunch of drunks, I would have told you you were crazy. I feel blessed beyond measure. Like, my cup runneth over on bad days, right? The problems I have today are luxurious problems. I shouldn't be alive, and I shouldn't be here with you people. Alcoholics Anonymous has taught me everything. I know, like, a lot of times when I speak, I got sober really young. I got sober right before my 15th birthday. So my life has been in Alcoholics Anonymous. I can tell you my brain is still alcoholic as ever, right? I'm crazy. But I have a life beyond measure because of the principles of Alcoholics Anonymous. And who came into the rooms in Alcoholics Anonymous on January 12th of 1992 is not the person who stands here today. And the only reason that I'm here and able to be the human being that I'm able to be is because of AA, a God that I do not understand, and people who took a lot of time, right? And so we talk about this concept and idea of our common welfare, and to me it comes down to like what I received when I got here. And what I received when I got here was a message that kept me coming back. I received hope. And without hope, the alcoholic cannot continue to come back. I don't think there's a right or a wrong way to do AA. Everybody does it different, right? Like, some people, they do worksheets. Some people, they're rigid and they're in the book beating people up with it. You know, like, there's just so many ways to do Alcoholics Anonymous. To me, when it comes down to our common welfare, it's how we greet that new person. And since I have been here, I have been greeted with so much love and grace, and I've had so much fun. I want to take my new Norwegian friends home with me. I keep inviting, come to my house. You can stay in my house. So anybody who wants to come to the United States and Wilmington, North Carolina, I have an extra bedroom. Overflow can go to my dear friend Angie that came here with me. You know, and like, I have friends that she has a daughter. She has a 10-year-old daughter and husband and a big life. And she took time out of her life to come here with me. Who I was when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous is I took this girl to a party, and nobody there liked the girl. And my brother passed around a hat, and people were throwing money in it. And my friend came up to me, who I brought to the party, to ask me a question. And when I turned around, I knocked her out. I hit her so hard that she flew across the room and split open her eye. And that was one of my big amends. I couldn't find that girl once I got sober. And the amends that I made to that girl, it was crazy, because it wasn't about me being able to make the amends. What happened in that conversation is she received freedom. And the freedom was she didn't understand what she did. All those years she was wondering, what did I do? Why was she so upset with me? And it had nothing to do with her, right? And when I made those amends, you know, she just cried and she said, I'm just so glad I didn't do anything. That girl later invited me to her house to meet her daughter. This was like 15, 20 years later. It was very inconvenient for me to stop by her house in Louisiana, going from Texas to North Carolina. But she invited me, and I got to stop and, like, have, like, pie, whatever we did, right? We just hung out, and she told me about her life. I can tell you who and what I am is if you did something like that to me, I'd slice your tires and burn your house down. You know, like, that's the type of human being I am at my core. And so I'm going to share with you in a general way, and I think it's important that we share in a general way because my experience is not like everybody in this room, right? But for me, when I went to meetings in the beginning, it was so important for me to understand and identify. And there was lots of things I didn't identify with you people when I got here. 99% of it I didn't identify because y'all were sober, I wasn't. Y'all were really old too, and I wasn't. I know everybody's old when you're 14, but, you know, so it was really important for me to understand and hear the emotions and to be like, do I belong here or not? And I did, right? Like I did identify. But I grew up in Texas, right outside of the Dallas area, and I have an older brother, a younger half-sister. I don't talk about her a lot because we just didn't grow up together. My brother and I, we were thick as thieves. He's a year older than me, and I didn't have any friends growing up. I felt very insecure as a kid, and I hated my red hair. I know everybody will be like, oh my God, you have beautiful hair. I believe I have beautiful hair today. I love my hair, and of the things about me, I will always say, God, my hair looks great. I love my hair. I was blessed with great hair. I did not think that when I was 3, 4, 5, 6. I used to wrap my little fingers and rip it out of my head because I hated it. And that was the exterior thing that made me think that that's why I was different. It was about my hair. But the bottom line is, if I had dyed my hair blonde, they had let me do that. They didn't. But had that happened, I still would have had that feeling. And then I would have been really lost. You know, I just thought that was the thing that separated me. So it just felt like weird. I had this curly red hair, and I just felt awkward all the time growing up. And so my brother was like I was a tomboy. I did everything that he did. Him and his friends would beat me up. I mean, I was just a tomboy, and I ran around with him. My mom was an alcoholic, active alcoholic growing up, so she was never around. She was my idol. Of course she was my idol. She was a bartender at a little Irish pub, and when she would walk in, everybody'd be like, Barb's here, you know, like she was the party girl. And my memories as a child with my mom, our good times, is my mom would get drunk, and then we would go to they have these malls, and they have these fountains with water that they're there for display. But what we would do is we would go dance in them because Mom's drunk, and we just thought it was so much fun. Like, Mom was so much fun, right? So I loved being with Mom, but Mom would never show up. Mom would forget that she was supposed to pick us up. Mom wouldn't show up to school. So we were living with my father and stepmother, and my stepmother is certifiable. Like, she has multiple personality disorder. I don't know what her problem is, but she was very abusive and very just insane. It was like living with a crazy person. At one minute everything would be okay, and the next minute we would be getting beatings or whatever would happen. There was just a lot of terrible abuse that happened in that house, and my father was never around because he was drinking and doing his thing. All of these things, man, even in sobriety, I thought, like, they're the root of the problem. What I know today is that all that stuff did was got me primed and ready for my first drink. It has nothing to do with my alcoholism. If I'd grown up in a picture-perfect home, I was still who I was. And whenever alcohol gets into this girl's body, something shifts. And that result would have been the same. And so when we were 8 years old, my brother and I ran away. And that's how bad it was living in the house. I think about those things now. Like, I have nephews, and I've watched them grow up. And there's a sadness to that, you know, of thinking about what it was like as a kid and seeing these little boys and being like, God, I can't believe that's what I was doing when I was 8. But we run away, and inevitably we end up going to live with my grandparents. But there was a short period of time that I was with my mom, and during that time is when I had my first drink. I was 8 years old. My mom got upset with the guy that she was with. We got in the car, and my job was always to cheer Mom up, and I had these silly things I would do to make her laugh. And she went and she got a 6-pack, and she handed me a beer. Now, I was super excited about this because I also, in that early age time period, no matter where I was at, I wanted to be somewhere else. I would see kids on TV getting kidnapped, and I'm like, why doesn't anybody kidnap me, right? Like, it didn't matter where it was. I just wanted my situation to change. And so the place, if you asked me when I was a kid, where do you want to go? It was Bentley's all day long. That was the bar that my mom ran, and it was like dingy, nasty, dark. You'd walk across it and your feet would stick as you'd walk, right? Like, gross. Smelled like urine. It was super nasty. I loved that place. And my aspiration was to be a bartender. And And so I knew that everybody went there to drink, and everybody seemed so happy. And so when she handed me that beer, I was like, I've arrived. I'm 8 years old. My head barely clears the window in the car, and I'm holding the beer up because I want everybody to see that I have arrived, right? Like, I was so excited about this. Now, I didn't get like totally drunk. I remember we went to Bentley's that night. That's about all I remember. But it was my first drink, and the first time I got drunk was with my brother. He had a friend over. Again, I was super weird and awkward, but I thought his friend was cute. And I don't even know why we were looking for liquor, but we found a bottle of liquor. My grandparents did not drink. The only reason that they had that bottle was in case Grandma got sick, Grandpa would make her a hot toddy. So we got the stool. I remember everything about that night. And that was something that I also loved later when I was drinking, was like, it was the pre-party to the party to the party after, right? Like, it was the adrenaline rush. I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing. I liked all of that. If I was doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing, I was an adrenaline junkie. I loved that stuff, And so I remember getting the stool and climbing up there, grabbing that bottle of whiskey. There was also some orange triple sec. I couldn't eat oranges for years. Even into sobriety, if it was orange flavor, forget it. Orange juice, nothing. So up we went, and I don't know how we knew how to play quarters, but we just inherently knew how to play quarters, and off we went. That first shot of whiskey, when it hit the back of my throat, it was like fire. And I felt that burn all the way down my esophagus, and when it hit the pit of my stomach, everything went warm and cozy, and I felt like I could breathe for the first time in my life. I'm just one of those people. If I like something, give me more. And that night, what ended up happening, they dared me $20. I couldn't finish off the drink, and, I turned it up. And needless to say, I had alcohol poisoning. I was 10, right? I hadn't eaten anything, and I essentially drank close to a fifth of liquor. I became violently ill. I was very, very sick. But the magic happened. I mean, I loved the feeling of that. But what I loved more was I remember laying on the couch and everything was spinning. And it happened so fast. Everything was spinning. And my brother was saying these terrible things to me. And I could hear him in my ears, but I didn't hear him in my heart. That was the power of alcohol for me. It didn't matter what you thought about me. It didn't matter who you were. People that I loved the most could think the worst things about me, and I was perfectly content and okay. That was powerful. And that became my higher power. That became my everything. And it wasn't like this conscious thought, like I've solved the world's problems. But that is 100% how I felt. And so, like, what happened that night, and I talk about this night in description because every drink from that time until the time I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, this was a resemblance. And this is what I call partying, okay? I proceeded to punch the boy that I had a crush on. I left my DNA all over the house. I fell down the stairs myself. I wet my pants. And that was a party, right? Like, the thing is, it didn't matter what kind of consequence or whatever, because what happened is I felt like a human being. I felt like I mattered, and I felt okay in my own skin. I had never felt that way before in my life. And alcohol gave me this ability to just be okay and to feel like a person. I had never felt that way. And so, I didn't become a daily drinker at the age of 10. But I will tell you, that night they called 2 places because I had alcohol poisoning. I was vomiting blood. I was very sick. They called 2 places. They called Alcoholics Anonymous, which I always find hysterical. And then they called my uncle, and my uncle was the cool guy that had a Harley Davidson, always had a beer in his hand. They knew he would know what to do with me. No, I'll go ahead and I'm going to fast forward a little bit so that you understand the impact of that man, because sometimes I forget to tell it. When I got sober, I was about 6 months sober. And what happened for me is when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, I was at 0. I didn't have any pride. I didn't have any self-esteem. Everything was gone. I was at 0. So I started doing these things. Well, what happened for me is that about 90 days in, 60 days, 90 days, my ego returned. And what that looks like for this alcoholic is, you're not that bad. You're not like them. You haven't ever gotten a DUI. What about when you get married? I start all of these reservations start running around in my head. And I didn't really share these openly, some of them I did, like I didn't get a DUI. I did share that because they informed me I didn't have a car or driver's license, and that was important to get one of those. And but a lot of those, like, what about my wedding, stuff like that, I didn't talk about that stuff. I didn't realize it was a reservation. I didn't really understand any of that. But I was 6 months sober, and I came home, and these reservations had started popping up here and there because life got good quick, right? Remove alcohol from my life and the destruction that I was living in, my life started to get better. But at 6 months sober, I came home, and everybody was at the house, and my aunt and uncle had gotten in a huge fight, and they got in a fight about his drinking. And when she came out of their bedroom, the phone book was opened up to treatment centers. And after about a week, she didn't hear anything, so she sent people looking for him. And they found him behind the house, and he'd shot himself with a shotgun. And everybody was coming over to tell me that he had died. And they were sitting around the table, and they were talking about whether or not he was going to go to heaven or hell because he had committed this mortal sin, which I think is really interesting because my family never went to church. I don't know where they become on that topic. But the clearest thought came to my head. And that thought was, he didn't kill himself. He died of alcoholism. Because what I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that night is when he pulled the trigger, I knew how he felt. Because that's how I felt on January 11th of 1992 when I was completely alone and I couldn't figure out how to kill myself because I wanted to make sure I could never come back again. My alcoholism, no matter what, I may not at 14 have cirrhosis of the liver or have 10 DUIs or have all of these things, but I will always get to a place that it makes sense for me to take my own life, no matter what. That's what alcoholism looks like for this alcoholic. And so, I don't ever want to forget sharing that because it was such a huge part of my first step in Alcoholics Anonymous. Because even though I was coming to these meetings, I was doing the deal, I was doing all this stuff, I was hanging out with you people, to my innermost self, that is when I understood my alcoholism. And so, and the last thing I said to my uncle the last time I saw him was I said, you should come to a meeting with me. He was on his bike and he had a beer in his hand and he was riding off. And so, again, I didn't become an alcoholic at 10, right? But I can tell you I knew the solution to my life. And I am defiant by nature. I've been sober a while. Let me tell you, if you tell me to do something, I'm going to do the exact opposite to let you know that I can do it and do it better that way, right? That's just by nature who I am. And so add to the fact that I have no principles in my life, no nothing, and alcohol is my master. I did whatever I needed to get what I needed to. I never had an issue getting alcohol. Being underage, it just wasn't an issue for me. I lived in a big metropolitan city. We just sit outside the liquor store and give somebody money to go in and buy us liquor. It just wasn't an issue. I like to stock up, get half-gallon jugs of vodka, and that's essentially what my life became, is figuring out what party, where we were going to go. And I can tell you that it started out wanting to be social. But the bottom line is what my drinking looks like is I end up alone. And I drink alone. I drink first thing in the morning till the last time before I close my eyes and I pass out. All day, every day, as often as I can. My first rehab was when I was 13. And I just thought they were being so dramatic, right? I didn't understand why why they wouldn't leave me alone. Because if they understood me, they would just let me be. And what I learned in that rehab is drugs are bad, just say no. Because in my mind, I could understand that drugs are illegal. There was a whole campaign in the United States, just say no, Nancy Reagan, it was a big thing. So that made sense to me. I don't know where in my mind that I thought somehow it was legal for a 13-year-old to be drinking their face off every single day, but it was different, right? There's different rules for alcoholics, right? There's always a different exception for myself, and the rules don't apply to me. And so that's what I thought, because I thought that they were crazy. Now, by this time, I'm 13 years old. I have an 18-year-old boyfriend, which, the family was really excited about that, too. But we were in love, right? And we were going to get married, and he was, oh my God, he was a total loser. But like at the time, right? Like I just think this guy's great, and I was obsessed. And I'm hanging out with people who are 10, 15, 20 years older than me. And what progressed into happening prior to me coming to Alcoholics Anonymous is these people, I referred to them as my friends. I now refer to them as pedophiles because that's what they were, right? Because what my drinking looks like is that I have no moral compass whatsoever. It doesn't matter what kind of upbringing that I had. Not that the first 8 years were great, but my grandparents were some of the most wonderful human beings. Like, they lived by principles that we, like, have to work at every day, right? Like, they just naturally were good human beings. And they taught me to work hard. They taught me all of these things. That stuff, I just thought, why does he ask me how my day is? This is a man that it wasn't his responsibility to care for me. I was so selfish and self-centered that he asked me how my day was, and I would get so mad, and I would storm to the back of the house and slam the door, right? Like, I hated him, and I hated everybody. And what my drinking turned into was just this place that essentially most of my drinking happened alone. I became isolated to an extent that, I took that physically as well. I shaved half my head, combat boots, like black lips, black eyes. I didn't look like this when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous. I was an unlovely creature, as I like to say. But that's just where it took me, right? And I think about those things because I see young girls sometimes come to Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's rare, to see like a 14 or 15-year-old. But when it happens, I look at them and I think, you're a child. But I was living my life like a 30-year-old woman. I was drinking daily. I had bleeding ulcers. I was emaciated because I didn't eat food. I didn't need food. I had vodka, And the stronger the alcohol, the better. Everclear was a big thing in Texas, and so, again, it wasn't about the taste. It was about what's going to get me wherever I need to go as fast as I can get there. Because I don't like the way that I feel. And alcohol gave me the ability, and had it continued to work for me, I would not be here. I'd be drinking my face off, I loved that feeling. But the end for me is that alcohol no longer worked. And I felt like I was going to come out of my skin. I felt like a raw nerve every single day of my life. And no matter how much I drank, I couldn't get drunk, and I could not get to that place that I felt okay. I felt angry, irritable, restless, discontent. Like, I just wanted to set everything on fire. And by this time, I'm also a very violent human being. Like, if I was sober, I was violent. If I was drunk, I was going to drink myself so, stupid drunk that, I wouldn't engage with you. But if I was sober and you hurt my feelings, I beat you up. That was just how I responded. And at this time, too, my brother, who him and I were, thick as thieves, we didn't run around together. He just thought I was, he still looks at me like I'm still that same person, but, which is kind of funny, but he also likes to drink a lot, so. I just got to this place of complete isolation. I didn't have friends. I didn't connect with anybody in my family. And that's what the end looked like, was I got to this place of desperation. And I remember sitting in my room that night, and for me, the ultimate desperation is if I'm willing to pray. And that's true today, right? I call my sponsor, and she's like, well, did you pray about it? I'm like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Can we talk about the 20 other things that we need to do to resolve this problem? I don't like my solution to be prayer. I never have. Even today, I don't like it. I know that it's the truth. I know that my higher power is the thing that connects me and gives me the ability to be who and what I am, but I still don't want it to be my solution. And on January 11th of 1992, when I was sitting there, I was so desperate that I prayed. But my prayer was not for help. I didn't want help. I knew that the world would be better off. And I can tell you that today, based upon the way I lived my life, the things that I did to the human beings in my life, the world would have been better off with how I lived my life for me to be gone. That was the truth. It wasn't like this overindulgent, self-pitying thing. It was the truth. I was a terrible human. Thankfully, I believe my higher power did not want that. Because what happened is at some point in time I passed out because I couldn't figure out. I'd cut my wrist before. I'd taken bottles of pills before. And I think a lot of that was a very dramatic thing that I did too. This was different. And I've never felt to this date in my sobriety the way that I felt that night. But the next morning, apparently, I woke up and I got a phone call from this girl who I'd been in rehab with, and her name was Abby. And Abby was the first girlfriend I'd ever met. Like, we met in rehab, and rehab was super fun. Like, it was just a bunch of derelicts like me, you know, like we just got in trouble or whatever, and we ran around, and I met this girl, and we connected, and it was the first girlfriend I'd ever really had. And so when we got out of rehab, she was trying to do this sober thing, and I was like, you know, not me. And she would carry these little chips around, and I was a nice friend, and what I would do is I would set up shot glasses, and I'd fill them up with water for her, because I was a good friend. I like in Bill's story when he talks about that. And so 3 months prior to me receiving that phone call, she said, I'm not going to continue to watch you kill yourself. And not once did I think to myself, maybe I should not drink. I didn't think I was an alcoholic. On January 12th of 1992, when I walked into that meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, I didn't think that I was an alcoholic. I thought that there was something broken within me and that there was something inherently wrong with me as a human being. Alcohol was not the problem. And I would have defended that till the day that I died, right? Because it was my only solution that I'd ever experienced. But I was like, bye, Abby. I didn't think don't drink or like change some things, control your drinking. Bye. All of y'all who have tried controlling your drinking, I'm sorry. That seems real painful to me, right? It was not my experience. Every time I drank to get drunk. And that is a big reason why I thought I was not an alcoholic. I'm not powerless. I'm meant to get drunk. Like, that was my solution, you know? Every time I meant to get drunk. When I got sober, I remember I was in this wedding, and I had this thought that I would look really pretty with a glass of champagne. And, you know, because everybody was having champagne, and we had these Vera Wang gowns. It was like, you know, very hoity-toity. And I see these girls, and they have their glass of champagne, and I was like, I would look really pretty with a glass of champagne. You know, and so I do what I'm supposed to, and I pick up the phone, and I tell my sponsor, and she said, why do you think what would a glass of champagne do for you? And I was like, nothing. I didn't want a glass of champagne. I wanted to change the way that I felt. And that's not a glass of champagne, because what would have happened, that Vera Wang dress would have been tied around my waist, and I would have been hitting on the groom, you know, because it would have been a bottle of vodka. It wouldn't have been a glass of champagne. But my alcoholism likes to dress it up really pretty. Not ever have I thought a glass of anything sounds good. I want to feel better. And that's just what my alcoholism looks like. And so January 12th, she calls me and she asked me how I'm doing and asked me if I wanted to go to a meeting. No. Right? I did not want to go to a meeting. But something inside me was like, go. I was so miserable. And this is why I believe that pitiful, incomprehensible demoralization, that space that I had to get to, that pain that I had to get to, had to be a place that was so lonely and empty that my ego was gone and my pride was gone. Everything was gone. Otherwise, I'm not willing. Because if I have a plan, I don't need you. But when I no longer have a plan and my cards are at zero, I have a little bit more willingness. So I went to that meeting, and I walked into the Back to Basics group in Arlington, Texas, and it was a bunch of like 900-year-old people, and they had been sober since God, old as dirt, right? Like me, very charming that I was, half my head shaved, combat boots. Like, I couldn't say a sentence without using the F word at least 4 or 5 times. Now, outside of a meeting, you might find that still to be true, but in a meeting, I can actually go the whole time. But I was an unlovely human being, and I walk into this meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I was not greeted with, I spilt more than you drank, and you don't belong here. I wasn't treated like I was a kid. What I was treated with was respect. And I was at a place in my life that I didn't have any for myself, much less think that I deserved it. They didn't tell me, like, the coffee's over there, They got me a cup of coffee and they brought it over to me. What I experienced that night is what I believe our common welfare becomes about, is that newcomer is important. Our first impression on that new alcoholic is so important. I didn't keep coming back because I thought I was an alcoholic and I needed help. I received love and kindness and hope in a moment of kindness from people I'd never met before. And there was something endearing enough about that it kept me coming back. I hadn't gone through the steps. I hadn't identified my alcoholism. I hadn't admitted to my innermost self. I didn't even think I needed to be there. I cried the entire meeting, and at the end, they gave me their phone numbers, and they said, "We don't care if it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. If you need help, you call us." I was thinking, this is so weird. Because there was a price for everything in the world that I was living in. I knew because I'd paid it. And I kept thinking, like, these old men are going to ask for something. They keep telling me they love me, I just knew, like, something was up. Again, my experience is that those old men were nothing but my biggest cheerleaders, respectful, and they took me under their wing, and they showed me Alcoholics Anonymous by the way they lived their lives. I'll forever be grateful. I know some people haven't had that experience, but that's what my experience was. That's the experience that I try to pass on as a member of Alcoholics Anonymous today, is to remember what I say here tonight in my talk. My ego's like, I want to be like great and I want to be funny and all of these things. I had a sponsor that said, "You know what, Jennifer, your job is to get up and share your experience, strength, and hope. You're not there to entertain people. We don't entertain in Alcoholics Anonymous." Now, granted, I get there's some people that are super entertaining. Sometimes I can be. My job is to ask my higher power to come into my heart and share whatever message is that needs to be spoken. I don't remember one thing that I heard in my first meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous. You know what I remember? How they treated me. I was not lovable, and they loved me. They loved me just because I was a broken human. They clapped for me when I got my chip. Only in Alcoholics Anonymous are we like at our worst and we're all like, "That's great," right? Like, what is this that we're a part of? But I can tell you that the rest of my sobriety was just like that. I have giants in Alcoholics Anonymous that have built me up year after year after year. And I'm sober a really long time, and I still have giants that are my biggest cheerleaders. I never had a dad that was like the kind of dad that in my mind I envisioned that we're supposed to have. I never had a mom until about, 12 years ago. My mom's 19 years sober. Or maybe she's 18 years sober. We were talking about this earlier. She's been sober a little bit. But she was sober a while before she learned how to be a mom. 12 years ago, my mom started showing up. But I can tell you, do you know how many men and women have come into this alcoholic's life and changed my life and loved me like I was their own child? God gives me what I need, right? It may not be in the form that I always thought that it was supposed to be in. When I bought my first house, I remember buying my first house, and I just thought, I was so excited. And I wouldn't allow myself to get excited until I had those keys and I was sitting outside that house. I had a migraine the entire week. I wouldn't start packing. My realtor called me and was like, "Have you started packing?" I'm like, "Nope." Because I can't get excited about something that might not happen, right? I get the keys and I'm sitting there. No one in my family even really acknowledged that, right? But my AA people, they were sending plants, they bought me a grill, they were like doing all of these things. So my experience is that, the way that I viewed relationships, the way that I saw things was from this selfish, self-centered place. I was so angry for years at my father. When I got to Alcoholics Anonymous, I was 7 years sober, and I was still laying in bed fantasizing. Like, I would get so excited, fantasizing about beating my stepmother with my bare hands. Right? And I would just think, I can't wait till my dad's on his deathbed, because I want him to be alone and feel the loneliness that I felt and the rejection that I felt. To my innermost self, 100%, I felt that way. Who I am today is the only child that talks to my father. I call him on a regular basis. Because what happened through the process of the transition that happened in the steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, it happened over the course of, 30 years, right? I was 7 years sober having homicidal thoughts about people still, right? Where there is great pain, my experience is it takes a lot of work. I wrote a lot of inventory over a lot of years to get to a place that I was willing to pray for willingness to have understanding. Because I have plenty of reasons to be justifiably angry about things that happened as a child, right? Justifiable anger does not work for me, though, because I'm the one who's going to die from it. It tells me in my literature, it doesn't say, like, getting in a relationship your first year is going to be the death of you. It doesn't say any of that. What it says is resentment is the number one offender. It destroys more alcoholics than anything else. And I was resentful, because resentment is a reoccurring emotion. And when you're laying in bed having homicidal thoughts about somebody, I'm just going to say there's probably a resentment there, right? And so, I had to do a lot of work. I say that to say that it didn't happen overnight for me. And I'm not in a place, things will come up today, and I'm like, I thought I worked through that, right? But, whether it's I've been dishonest about stupid things lately, what is that about, right? My alcoholism is alive and well. I can't stay sober today on what I did yesterday for my recovery. I realized through the process of my recovery that not only do I need the steps, I need the traditions, and I need the concepts, our 3 legacies. I can't just do service work. I got super active in service work when I moved to North Carolina, but I was destroying people's lives. I was like a tornado just roaring through. I was also in my early 20s, right? I was doing a lot of things that you guys got to blame on your drinking, but I was sober. My worst inventory was 10 years sober. It wasn't, my first inventory I ever did. I did a lot of things in my recovery, some based upon my age, but some just based upon selfishness and self-centeredness, because that's the root of my problem and the way that I view life. So when I came in and I started working these steps and I started doing this deal, my life started to change. They told me stay out of a relationship your first year. I don't tell the women I sponsor to do that because none of them listen. What I encourage them to do is to get halfway through their 9th step, and once they start repairing the lives that they've torn apart, they can start tearing apart more people's lives, right? At least know what you're doing when you're doing it. And no matter what I've gone through in my recovery, I haven't had to drink over that. And on the 365th day, I met this guy, and I ended up marrying him. And I know it's going to be shocking, but we're not married today. But nonetheless, it's the reason I ended up in North Carolina. So I go through the steps. I'm doing the deal. My old timers are my people, and I meet this guy, and I go through high school. I went through high school, all of that stuff sober. Right? I didn't know how to talk to people my own age. I hung out with senior citizens and played Pictionary on Friday nights. That's what my life looked like. I was not a cool kid in high school. I didn't talk to anybody. I went to school to actually go to school, and because I was sober. But my life started to change, and I moved to North Carolina. When I moved there, I thought, oh my God, these poor people are going to get drunk because they don't know anything about Alcoholics Anonymous, because how we do it in Texas is the right way. And I got to this dark place because I was like, this is terrible. I was judging everybody. And I heard, somebody told me, you need to go hear this speaker tonight. I was like, whatever. So I go and I hear the speaker. And one of my giants, and he recently passed away. He's an amazing human, and he changed my life. He saved my life that day. Because I was at that place. I was sober a while, but I moved to this place, and I hated everybody. I was 3.5 years sober, and I was no longer the baby of AA. Nobody knew me or cared who I was, right? I didn't know any of the people when I walked into rooms. And this guy got up, and he shared a message that was so powerful. And he talked about, if I'm in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I'm not hearing the message that I want to hear, I have a responsibility to the people who shared their message with me to give back what was so freely given to me. And he shared so passionately about Alcoholics Anonymous, and he made me miss my old timers. He made my heart miss Alcoholics Anonymous. He also got sober when he was really young. He was 24 when he got sober. But back then, that was like getting sober when you're 14, right? Like, he was one of the youngest people in our state for a really long time. And his message was just powerful. And I went up and I talked to him afterwards, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go to a conference. And so I found this flyer, and I went to this young people's conference. I'd never been to a young people's conference. I hung out with senior citizens, okay? Like, I loved 80-year-old people. That's who I hung out with. That was my comfort zone. I didn't know how to talk to people my own age. That's why I didn't do anything in high school. Like, I went to school, left, right? Like, I didn't know how to relate to people my own age. And I go to this young people's conference. I'm 18 years old, and I walk into this room of just, how many people here have been to a young people's conference? There's more people over there. So I walk into this conference of this electricity that you just can't even imagine. Total inappropriate things, hooting and hollering and yelling, and just this energy. And I was like, these are my people, right? Like, I remember they did all kinds of stuff that weekend. They got in trouble. I remember delegates down the area would always talk about it and bring it up. And I'm like, oh my God. I know that stuff happens in big people AA too, but whatever. So I go to this conference. I get like totally involved in young people's that night. I'd never met these people. We started a young people's meeting back in Wilmington where I lived, and we started going to conferences every weekend. Literally, I'd be like, if I was at a job and they told me I couldn't go, I'd be like, I need to quit. Like, I lived my life to like be involved in Alcoholics Anonymous. I just found this like love. And I'll tell you that service became such a huge part of my life. And during that time, I went through a divorce, and, and then I was just doing highly inappropriate things for the next, I don't know, probably 3 to 5 years. 4 years. I still did inappropriate things after that, but those 4 years were really condensed, you know. But I also had some of the best time of my life. I met people that are still a huge part of my life. And I got involved in service, and I was just on fire for Alcoholics Anonymous. And I'll tell you, I love AA more today than I ever have. And you may love AA, but you don't love it as much as I do. You can love it equally, but you don't love it more than I do. And the reason why is because through this process of getting involved in service, when we talk about our common welfare and that unity, what that means is that AA is more important than me. Nothing in my life has ever been more important than me. I'm selfish and self-centered. Do you know who I am? Right? But my decisions today and through the last 20 years, if I'm presented with something that's going to affect Alcoholics Anonymous always wins. My great idea gets pushed to the side. And I learned that by being with these crazy, erratic young people and being on these crazy committees and talking about all this crazy stuff. And what that did was prepare me for general service, because this boy that I had a crush on told me I should be a GSR. I didn't get involved in general service because I wanted to be a good, trusted servant. Y'all have me messed up with the wrong person, because who I am is selfish and self-centered. Like, my motives, but that's the beautiful thing about Alcoholics Anonymous. I don't have to have good motives to get the rewards of the grace of higher power in AA following those principles. And so, like, I got super involved. I'm doing all this young people stuff. I'm also, I have a boyfriend in every state in the United States and traveling the world. And I get to this place where I wanted to go to bed and never wake up again. I didn't take a drink. I hadn't planned killing myself yet. And I say all of those things yet. But what my experience is keep coming back, it's going to get better, is not true for me. I can't just show up to meetings. I have this thing called real alcoholism, because when I start living basically the opposite of the 9th step promises, I'm in the bedevilments. And when I'm in the bedevilments, they're actually talking about a drunk person. I remember the sponsor reading this stuff, and I realized they're talking about a drunk person, and all of them were check, check, check. What happened was I wasn't actively writing inventory, and I heard this insane woman at a meeting, and she was talking about writing inventory on her dog, and I was like, this chick's crazy, and I asked her to be my sponsor. And And it changed my life because that relationship with my father started to shift. That's when I started writing letters to my father on a regular basis. I didn't want to write the letters. I don't ever want to pray either. I don't ever want to do the work, right? I want all the results. I want all the glory, but none of the work I want to do. But I did the work because what I know to be true is that my old timers taught me the greatest lesson when I got to Alcoholics Anonymous. They said, we don't care how you feel, we care what you do. You don't have to feel like being in a meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous to actually do it. You can feel not being here and actually physically be here. So how I feel is irrelevant to what I do. I wrote the cards. Every month I was consistent. And then I started making phone calls after a year and a half. And during that time, I went through a lot of stuff. I went through a lot of health problems, and I ended up having to have an open heart surgery when I was 26 years old. And I called my father to tell him, and he said, I'll be there. And I remember thinking, he's not going to be here. And he was. And what happened when he came in town and I went to have that surgery, not only did I get to make verbal face-to-face amends, like it tells me, direct amends to my father, but there were amends made by y'all, because what my dad saw was this life. This life he didn't know that I had. And for the first time, I looked my dad in his eyes and I said, I was wrong for the daughter that I was to you, and you deserve a better daughter. And I meant that 100% with every fiber of my being. I would go home and my dad would know that I was there, and I wouldn't even call him. I don't have a kid, but when my dog doesn't greet me the way that I think she should, I get my feelings hurt. I can't imagine what that feels like for a parent to be ignored by your child, regardless of what happened growing up, right? I was a 20-something-year-old adult acting like an 8-year-old child. My old-timers taught me about learning to be a participant in relationships based upon what my God wanted in my life, not based upon this idea, you didn't do me right, so I'm not going to do you right? Like, that's just the course of how I lived my life. I started becoming responsible for my actions and engaging with people based upon what I believed my higher power would want for me. And at the hospital, when I woke up, the nurse was like, who are you? I was like, what do you mean, who am I? I hope you know who I am. You got my chart. But she said, are you like famous? Who are you? And I said, no. She said, people have been calling here from all over the United States to check on you. And she said, there's a lobby of people out there. So what my dad experienced was Alcoholics Anonymous. Y'all helped me make those amends because we show up. Even when we don't want people to show up, we show up. I don't care. My friend is hurting. I will be there. And I learned how to do that. Like, people who know me know, like, I show up 100% because I have never not been shown up for in Alcoholics Anonymous. In every area of my life, I have been failed. But in here, I have not. But that's a direct result of actions that I also take. That stuff just doesn't happen. So during that time, and I got active in that step work, my life started to change, and I learned how to be the person that my God intended for me to be. I stopped hurting God's kids. I stopped living selfishly and using people to please myself. I learned how to be what God intended me to be. I'm not capable of that, y'all. I don't know if y'all know this, but if you cut me off in traffic, I'm ready to kill you. That's where my head goes. You hurt somebody I love, I want to murder you. That's who and what I am. But I saw these examples in Alcoholics Anonymous. I remember in my first home group, this guy, he always tried to set me up with his son, because his son was 16, I was 15, whatever by that time. And he came home from work one day, and when he opened the door, his wife and his daughter had been murdered. And they had been murdered by his son. I watched this man continue to show up in Alcoholics Anonymous. I watched this man months later say to me, I hired an attorney for my son because I know that's what my wife would have wanted. I assure you, that if somebody hurt my family, that's not going to be my natural response. But what I saw was God's grace working in this man's life, because it's not who he was to his core without the help of a higher power. Who I am to my core is I will lie to you, steal from you, help you look for it, and sleep with your husband. That's who and what I am to my core without the grace of God, 12 steps, and Alcoholics Anonymous in my life. When I got here, I was a terrible friend. What happened through the course of today I wake up and I want to please God. That is weird to me. It's just weird. Because it's just not what my brain naturally thinks. What happened through the transformation could not have happened if I didn't show up and do that work, if I didn't have people who pushed me and cheered for me and helped me walk through that. So I feel completely blessed beyond measure that the old-timers that were here before me, what they gave me, what they taught me, and they continued to teach me. I later went on and got super involved in general service. I later became a delegate, and I got to serve at the General Service Conference and be a part of Alcoholics Anonymous history. Now what I'll say about that is when I was 18, 19, going to these assemblies, I'd be like, I'm going to be the youngest delegate from our area. That's what I would say. What happened is when I was elected delegate, the old-timers reminded me of me saying that, and I was so ashamed that I even would utter those words out of my mouth. Because I was so humbled by the fact that the fellowship had elected me to do such a thing. I felt so... I physically got sick before I went to my first General Service Conference meeting. Because I just felt so humbled by the fact that I got to be amongst our fellowship and participate in a way that most of our members don't ever get to. So what happened is, my ego is this huge, big, beautiful thing. I'm a big deal. And what happens is I then get to this place of complete humility. It's not a natural thing. I never would have thought that I feel compassion and sadness for my father, for the human being that he is. But I do. I don't feel anger towards him. I feel really sad. I feel sad he doesn't have a life like I get to have. I don't know how that happens. It doesn't translate. So if you're new to Alcoholics Anonymous and you think this thing may not work for you, I get it. I didn't think it would work for me either. It doesn't make any sense. Go to meetings, call somebody. How's that going to make my life better? I don't know. It doesn't make sense today when I say it out loud verbally. But I can tell you 100% flawlessly Alcoholics Anonymous works. It works when I do the things that are suggested, in spite of the fact that I don't want to. I just do it and my life changes. I really was going to talk a lot about service tonight, and I was going to talk a lot about my experiences. Because in the United States, you don't talk twice in the same weekend. But I like this. I'm going to try to get everybody to do it back home, because I'm like, people are going to let me talk for another hour tomorrow. This is great. Because I like talking about me, and on my favorite topic. But I felt really emotional. And again, that comes from this place of just feeling unworthy and grateful. Right? I am overwhelmed. I can't believe this is my life. When I was going to get on the plane to come here, I was tearing up, and I'm like, how is this my life? Because who and what I am should never be here. I shouldn't be living this life. I shouldn't have the freedom in my heart that I have. Because I'm a person who doesn't think I'm worthy. I'm a person who's not enough. I'm a person who, if you really knew who I was, you wouldn't like me. And what's happened is I live this big, beautiful life. And I'm surrounded by people who are like, we know exactly who and what you are, and we love you. Right? I get to surround myself with weirdos just like myself. And I remember thinking when I was early on in recovery, being embarrassed to go to dinner with these people from AA, because it was the little yellow bus just dropped everybody off, and I was like, oh my God, I hope nobody ever sees me, right? I was totally embarrassed. Those are my people. You guys are my people. Because when I talk about that inability to connect, and that today I'm not this great human being, God gives me the ability to be like this great human being. I don't give good AA talks. God gives, and so I get to blame the bad ones on him too, because I'm like, it was him. I prayed. I did my part. Like I don't get to live this life or do these things without God's grace. And sometimes God's grace is in you people. And hopefully I'll talk a little bit more tomorrow about some of my struggles with this higher power in my life. Because I'll tell you, that's been the greatest struggle of my sobriety. And I've done all kinds of crazy stuff seeking God. But I can tell you that I believe my God believes that I should pray with my feet. And that means that I stay in action, I stay in the steps, and I stay involved in service. So I am humbled and just honored that you guys invited me to be with y'all this weekend. So I look forward to chatting with y'all and being with y'all all weekend. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to Sober Sunrise. If you enjoyed today's episode, please give it a thumbs up as it will help share the message. Until next time, have a great day.